Alright, hello everyone, good morning. And welcome in to our first Brazilian Dynasty Showmatch. This is the first time, well, we saw Shikso and Andy play, but now we're gonna see DauT and JorDan. So this is the beginning stages of, I get to see the maps scripted. And my downside of putting scene changes on my forward and back button as I navigate the drafts continues to mean I changed the scene incorrectly. One day I need to get like a mouse with like all those RPG hotkeys. There we go. Like the Razor Naga, whatever. I think that's the one. When it has like the 12 hotkeys on the side, I need that for controlling my scenes. This is a play all 5, and it's a show match between DauT and JorDan. So welcome in, everyone. And I don't know if anyone's casting this on the Onamaru channel. I'm going to be casting the qualifiers on their channel. Hopefully dual streaming for most of it. Okay, good. DauT and JorDan are streaming their point of views. Lovely. I need to make a bot command for the tournament. I need to put the tournament logo beneath the stream. I'll do that after casting today. So whenever the maps break, I gotta go fix them immediately after the stream. Let me just open the dashboard and keep an eye on when they're gonna go live. And hello, Bart. Welcome in, welcome in. I got my coffee near me. I need to drink some more water. I've been doing a ton of programming earlier today, working on some map scripting stuff. And there we go, in the lobby. Sertão will be the map version V0G, VOG. I have lots of versions of these things. And I think we're just gonna load right in. No spec delay or anything. And my game crashed. Oh, I know why it crashed, because I didn't subscribe to the map mod. I didn't subscribe to my own mod because I have the the test maps in my folders. Hello, our base. Are they not using a spec delay? That'd be great if they're not. Alright, second time's the charm. I can load my own maps. Yes, I had the Warlords maps selected. Alright. This time, chat, this time it's gonna work. Would be great if you make a long video with my reasonings making the map scripts. I did stream the scripting of them. Yeah, they should be on my VODs somewhere. Or a lot of it, anyway. I do want to make like a map scripting video at some point, but I'm not quite sure what exactly to put in it. I have to figure that out soon. So DauT will be the Dravidians and JorDan the Byzantines. And here we go. So, JorDan, see what's new. No, thank you, Capture Age. I want to cast a game here. Hello, Kramers. So we have Byzantines for JorDan. He'll be in the blue to the west. DauT will be the Dravidians in the red to the east. The map is, and I've been practicing the maps. I had pronouncing the maps. I had Gabby send me a recording of how to pronounce them. But this is like Dogao, where I can't pronounce the end correctly. It's like Sertão, and I'm still not there, my pronunciation. But anyway, this is the first of the maps we'll see today. And it is very open, and there are lots of gold and stone spots scattered around the map, filled with cracked terrain. Now, you should always be able to fit a TC near each of these. I tested that quite a bit. You should always be able to fit a TC at the bottom of the pits. But they are very exposed, and your TCs, if they're mangonel pushed, they go down rather quickly, both on cracked terrain and downhill. And also, isn't much wood on the map. I really liked the map when I played it. Ornlu was grumbly. Definitely not his type of map. I'll see what the players think about the number of wood lines, whether it's enough or if we need to increase it or decrease it. But it's a very dry, arid region of Brazil. And I tried to reflect that with both the acacia trees and the dead tree plus dried bush combo. I really like how it turned out. And it was one of my favorite maps to play. But that's because going double stable scouts is one of my favorite things to do. So Byzantines versus Dravidians, 2 skirm civs. Kind of surprised not to see scout civs, maybe. I think Magyars will probably be good on this one. But Byzantines, Dravidians, golds are pretty far away. Each player does have a couple of stones and golds for themselves. Maybe I'm looking at the map. I need to make sure the starting resources for the players avoid the center a bit more. And hello, Hurt ID. Thank you for the copy pasta. Rare to see Byzantines here. I don't know if we can say it's rare to see any civ on this map when it's the first time anyone's played the map. We have a 100% frequency of Byzantines on the map so far. So, 4 militia from DauT, and JorDan, he's going for a very, very tight wall. And Specific God, hello, hello. I mean, on a very open map. It's one of the Byzantines are weird. They're one of those civs that have the unit composition that's great for land madness, but not quite the early game eco for it. So DauT with 4 militia, turning them into men-at-arms. We'll start knocking on the walls of JorDan. Also, you have pineapple bushes as your berries. So say hi to SpongeBob if you see those bushes. And the men-at-arms will look to get through the house, through the wall. Maybe they'll just stand behind the wood line and look menacing. Arson and Double Bidaxe both on the way for DauT. And he wants to teach JorDan a lesson with these new men-at-arms. JorDan going skirm spear as the Byzantines do. Skirm and spear. What are those berries? These are new berries added in the new DLC. TTL, I made the TTL maps before the DLC was released, so we didn't get to see any of the new DLC features in them. And considering Red Bull is the UK, or in the UK with England, Scotland, UK featured maps like Loch Ness, we're probably not going to see any of the assets used there. But we will see them in the qualifiers for this Brazil Dynasties tournament right after. The more deserted the maps are, the more skirmishers we'll see. No safe auras. Yeah, we have Nessie. I wanted to fit Nessie into one of the TTL maps, but she just didn't fit. That pond on Reverse Acropolis wasn't big enough for her. So DauT sending Vils forward. Wants to make sure JorDan doesn't spot them. So these are first notes for myself. I'll make some notes. So, JorDan's stone a bit too forward, and I'm questioning the fairness of the wood lines. They look pretty fair to me, but that was something Ornlu brought up, and definitely could be unfair. Aside from the player woods, the rest are pretty random, but well within the bounds of what AoE2 normally does. Well, because it is what AoE2 normally does. It is 3 wood lines per player right now, our base. It is 3. I could do some more randomness with the woodline spawns. I don't know if it's worth it to do that on a map-by-map basis, though, like it would be for Arabia. My scripting videos are pretty old. Some of them are pretty old. I do have like some live streams though where I map scripted. Those are pretty new. So fletching on the way for JorDan. And we'll have a tower behind this wood line. Scout goes down to the skirms. Another tower going up for JorDan in defense. The skirms try to hit the man-at-arms. He goes down. Skirm goes down to the man-at-arms. And defensive tower for JorDan, who has but a single wood line, but with the army pulled to the side, the men-at-arms not there to protect the tower, JorDan will ungarrison and send some vills forward to fight. And I think he's got this. He just needs to make sure the vills get walled in. Those skirms are all very weak. DauT's going to lose the skirms. And he should lose that tower. Now, JorDan doesn't really have anything to kill DauT's vills. They're kind of weak already, though, so maybe the skirms can do it. They have a long ways to go if they want to go home. Now, Viper would probably do some type of Alcatraz quick wall and save the vills here. But this is DauT we're talking about. This is DauT, and the vills are going down. And going down right away. So DauT's trying to bring his skirms over. So cheaper skirms for the Byzantines. Faster, I'm going to say faster firing skirms, even though it isn't firing. Javelins getting tossed more rapidly for the Dravidians. No way back home, not at all for those vills. And that's a 2-0 Eco KD, JorDan defending from the Trush. And is this what open maps are? We're not going to see scouts anymore, it's just going to be skirmishers? Man, I want to see some Huns and Magyars on this map. So Vill's mining the gold, and skirms will force them off of it. They'll have to run away. These skirms will go down. And JorDan off of gold. DauT, more lucky with his gold spawn, does have one in the back. Everyone will have a gold and a stone fairly large to their sides. But their starting resources are kind of spread around. New Olympic discipline for the Dravidian speed javelin throw. That should be an Olympic event. Number of javelins thrown. Because think about that, Didn't the Roman legions carry 2 pila with them? And they would throw both of them before the enemy charged? Maybe Olympic javelin events need to have 2 javelin throws per event. Cumulative distance? Yeah, like distance of 2, but they have to be thrown in rapid succession. 1 minute of throws, maybe like 20 seconds. Like how quickly can someone charge you while you're holding a javelin before they get within the minimum range? You gotta pull out your gladius. So there's Castle Age. Castle Age for JorDan did manage to mine enough gold for it. And when I say mine enough gold, I mean he built the market and sold. New notifications, that means DauT's using the market, his turn for the market. It's Brazil time? It is Brazil time, yes, do all the quests. Can never get your javelins to go into the ground properly. Would always land on the backside. Interesting. I've never actually thrown a javelin. I did track, but I was a runner. I was not a thrower. Probably could have done jumping in my youth. Back in the days when I could still dunk a basketball. Didn't do it during PE? No, I did not. We played American sports. There's a stable for JorDan, so he will be going probably camels as the Byzantines, although maybe could go light cav or knights. I mean, it might just be pure light cav. Well, he does have gold. But against the Dravidians, maybe camels aren't what you're looking for, even if they are cheap. How tall am I? 6 foot. I'm 6 feet tall. I could, back when I was in shape, I could just barely dunk. I threw discus and shot put. So Vill's going down. DauT finally getting enough skirms to do damage, but JorDan's coming forward too. He'll be underneath DauT's ranges, and those skirms will find the vills and get between the vills and the TC so they can't run that easily. JorDan will do elite skirm. We'll also want Bodkin And at that point, really can hurt Vils with skirms. So JorDan with a nice lead, but DauT 30 seconds away from being up. In the back, DauT keeping JorDan off of his 2 wood lines. And JorDan going for that very low and exposed gold. DauT, oh, DauT's doing a clandestine lumber camp. He's up in the middle of nowhere chopping wood. He's doing the old kill V clandestine economy. DauT's losing some Vils though. Now we have elite skirm, Bodkin. 5 attack from those skirms. Only 2 pierce armor from the Vils, so they will start to take a good bit of damage. Elite skirm Bodkin on the way for DauT. He's going to lose some Vils too. So both players losing Vils so far. 1 knight out for JorDan. Does 1 knight beat all those skirms? Not if they're DauT skirms. Remember that game DauT made 100,000 skirms? He might need to do it again. You get Rim at best. Yeah, I never actually did any like training for jumping though. It was all due to being a very lightweight distance runner. Vale's gonna build the monastery. I don't think my knees would hold up to jumping anymore. 100,000 skirms? Yes, 100,000 skirms. That's what happened. DauT was Byzantines against Goths. He typed in the chat, I'm gonna make 100,000 skirms, and he beat the Goths by going skirms. It's one of the very classic 2v2 games of Age of Empires. Every map is a skirm map? I think so. Yeah, the train time nerf was a good one, but I mean, you play Arena, you're going Elite Skirm and Early Imp. You play Arabia, you're going Skirm and Feudal. You play a super open map, you're going Skirms. I think probably the only Skirm map that isn't a Skirm map is like maybe 4v4 BF. Maybe Nomad? Nomad feels like it's not that really a Skirm map. But that's its own thing. But as you say, if you don't know what to do, make skirms, and both players are indeed doing that. Let's check the scoutings and see. JorDan somehow scouted up by DauT's lumber. Maybe he saw Vils and lost the scout by the Vil. Yeah, DauT actually hasn't scouted JorDan on the gold, so JorDan's been taking gold for a while. DauT on the forward gold, still has the back gold, doing a university, but both players going super heavy into skirms. Javidians really don't have another option now. You don't want to go longswords against Byzantines, as scarce as the stone is. Cataphracts can come out at some point. You play islands, you land and go skirms. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. I miss the days when we saw monks more. Nowadays, with devotion and whatnot, we don't really see the monks all that much. All those javelins sticking into the ground. Our base wishes he could do that with the javelins. Wait, oh my gosh, I just noticed. The javelins actually stick into the ground, they have a shadow. I thought they were just, oh my gosh, my entire life I thought they were lying flat on the ground. Now they have a shadow. Yeah, spear wall. So Knight's cleaning up DauT's skirms. That's the AoE 4 thing. You put the spear wall in front of your longbows. And hello, Condom Tiero. And so forward TC for JorDan. And skirms in the back still running from the javelins. So how does the javelin decay? It like gets shorter over time? It doesn't fall down, it just gets shorter over time. Oh, that's nice. Actually, we have different decay animations for the different directions of projectiles now. Oh, that's nice. I wonder if we had that in the original game, if they had different directions. Maybe they did. I need to check that. At least you can shoot a bow. I learned how to shoot a bow too. I learned how to string a bow as well. That's fun. So DauT's had his second TC for a bit. JorDan just finishing his. And DauT will have a slight Vil lead there, but JorDan does have wheelbarrow. DauT has to do Town Watch, doesn't get it for free like the Byzantines do. And JorDan will be pushing with knights, and he has a much larger military now, 22 to 11. And he will keep pushing forward with more and more skirms. And so far, DauT does not have a way to deal with skirms. Not at all. Wants a conversion? I don't know why he ungarrisoned that monk there. Also, he's not going towards his back gold. TC, ooh, taking out some knights. Skirms at the front being taken down. But DauT still managing to hold on and defend for now. He is up by about 1.5k res collected. But JorDan with a much better KD, 86 to 66, and his Byzantine units are cheaper than DauT's. So who actually has the better economy here? I'm not sure. One of the players doesn't have enough skirms. Maybe both of them don't have enough skirms, our base. Maybe both don't have enough. And then we'll have the forward workshop for JorDan. That'll be in the stone pit. And he will start doing ballistics. DauT trying to defend with monks and get conversions on the knights. Meanwhile, JorDan has, for the moment, cleaned up the raids in his base as he's trying to find more options for wood. He moves down to the gold. And we'll be going forward with the workshop. Third TC for DauT. He's claiming some wood, finding the acacia trees in the back right of the map. And Monk not getting a conversion again. I don't think DauT's had any luck with the conversions. Is JorDan devoted? Nope, he's not even devoted.
Impero. Presto.
And they will build the house. And that knight finally getting its HP whittled down. Both players do have ballistics. So now we're seeing players starting to expand into the pits. And this was... I needed to come up with an open Arabia map that fit the dry desert theme. And I thought, you know what, we always have hills on Arabia. Let's make some pits. Let's make some depressions in the ground. And see how that plays out. 'Cause I think having a super weak area for TCs could be interesting. So, DauT trying to stay within the min range of the Mangonel. As the Mangonel might... The Mangonel and the Skirms are within the min range of each other. Neither can shoot at each other. Yeah, cracked terrain on purpose. Nah, I did not crack accidentally. This is all on purpose. And Mangonel, DauT! Tried to hit the Mangonel, but that was not good for the skirms. Oh, there's another Mangonel. Oh, DauT. Oh, JorDan could one-shot the castle. JorDan, are you paying attention? Are you paying attention? Oh, he's not paying attention. DauT desperately now trying to throw up a castle as JorDan takes the score lead. DauT still up by around 500 res collected, but JorDan's closed the gap. DauT gets the castle up, though. He'll probably be able to hold. Probably be able to hold. And there it is. We'll be shooting at the Mangonel. And down it goes. Oh, knights need to flank back and forth and run away. But there, they'll eat some arrows. DauT desperately trying to throw up a castle. It is pretty much every match. See, workshop on the cracked terrain. Downhill from the castle should go down pretty quickly. JorDan now will swing around, though. 2 Mangonels will get in on DauT's farming eco. And you really do have to move your farmers on this map. As the skirms will start doing some damage to the vills, forcing some idle times and garrisoning from DauT. He is falling farther behind in score, and the KD from JorDan has been pretty impressive. Byzantines are quite strong. So Dravidians, not used on a water map, used on what is pretty much the opposite of a water map. There's JorDan up to the Imperial Age. DauT desperately trying to throw up a 4th TC. And JorDan going for his 4th too, again downhill in that stone pit. Off all the vills have to abandon the farms and run away. And we'll have some Arumi swordsmen. Oh, let's go. Arumi swordsmen with their little whip swords. The elite ones are crazy. They have like triple whip swords. And JorDan also doing heavy plow on his way up to Imp. So Mangonel down. But one remains, and the skirms will have to fear that. Have to respect the Mangonel. DauT claiming more wood. And JorDan also picking up relics. Now, I spent a lot of time balancing the relics on this map. And they had better be balanced in these games. I came up with some hacks of putting them away from the corners, away from the areas where players spawn. having backup cases where they can be in the middle sometimes if there's not enough room. And then we have Padded Archer Armor and Imperial Age on the way for JorDan. And there's a castle. There is a castle for JorDan. As the skirms start going down. And JorDan up to Imp. Handcart just about finished. And DauT. You know, I just noticed this, the icons are off the edge of the screen. And my score is floating way above where it should be. Ah, capture age updates. Alright, Vils have to garrison the TC. Monks will try to keep the skirms away. As DauT looks like he's going to be stuck in the castle age. The score would tell us he's stuck feudal, though. It feels even worse. So there's chemistry for JorDan. Is it starting to... Nope, starting TC is not on crack terrain. No. Only the resource areas. We thought about putting the starting TC on crack terrain. But I thought that was a bit too extreme. So JorDan here is starting to get cleaned up in the back, but at the same time he is trebbing. His trebs are popping, and DauT's castle is under siege. And JorDan will move forward to the middle of the map, keep mining stone, but things are looking almost inevitable for JorDan at this point. As DauT has no way to pick off trebs with merely skirms. Unless he could siege tower Arumis over there. That might be his only option, but JorDan is skirming with the Byzantines, doing more castles for more map control. And DauT's still at 104 Vils. He's still close in Vil count, but can't keep up with the numbers of skirmishers. Maybe there's a chance he takes one fight and can clear some skirms. The Arumis have to get to the trebs in time, though. DauT's relying heavily on the Arumis, and he's actually housed. And if the castle goes down, he's going to be Omega housed. And I can't even tell how many Arumis they are with how they stack up, but they do not want to fight underneath a castle, and the castle will slaughter all of the Arumis. The Arumis don't get to the trebs, and DauT's castle will fall. Did go up this time, but it will fall. And that'll leave him defenseless against JorDan's trebs, as JorDan keeps on pushing in. DauT and feudal still, DauT can get housed. And I think it's safe to call this one for JorDan. I think it's so safe that DauT will call it. And I'm going to fix the score. So sorry for that. I tested so many things yesterday, and I didn't realize that that would be a thing. Do I have... Yes. Score offset. 0. Okay. 300, 0. No. 150. 160. Oh, now I gotta zoom in OBS and just see that it's right where it needs to be. Okay, that looks good. It needs to go like minus 12. There we go. That lines it up more. Maybe like minus 8. Yeah. Okay. Now we're good. Now the score is in the right spot. In a good spot, right, chat? Now we can see the score. We can see what age DauT is in. DauT's in Castle Age. Wow, who would have thought? All right. And now we'll check. I shouldn't have zoomed out. I can feel my capture age lagging. 174 to 134 KD for JorDan. More res collected for him by the end. DauT was ahead for a long time. But Byzantines will do Byzantine things. And GG for JorDan in game number 1. Oh, thank you, Sentient Sloths, for the sub.
Defeat my champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
Let the tournament begin, indeed. So let's see, we have... That is a win on Sertão for JorDan. And, oh, I forgot, I need to put my... Those are not the right bands. Those are the right bands. My overlay's in two parts. So for civs, it's Byzantines against Dravidians. Let's see, what will JorDan be picking next? Still in the previous game, according to the dashboard. Let's hope the dashboard is... Oh my gosh, I can't click the show matches button on the dashboard. The dashboard might be breaking. Okay, it'll be Pantanal. What civs they'll go here, I'm not sure. What land nomad civs do we have? This map is essentially land nomad with some tricks to it. Hello, Sunnyflower. How you doing? Hope you're having a sunny and flowery day. So 1-0 JorDan. And if chat has any feedback on the maps, if they look ugly, if they're too skirm heavy, let me know, because we still got time to adjust them, change things before we actually get started with the main event. But I'm excited that we get to see some show matches on them. So our base had one of the 2P in the previous game. And we'll get them here. As the scoreboard looks right, we will have... Oh, the ad will be over in 3 seconds, another my intro. And here we are, game number 2. We'll have JorDan as the blue Bengalis and DauT as the red 2P. The map is Pantanal. And it is essentially land nomad. Land nomad, but somewhat like Inundation, if you remember that map, where there's gold in the middle, but more wood and food and stone resources on the outside. So both players TCing the middle. Is that the best strategy? I don't know. But you could do a barracks and go Champy Rush in the Dark Age, but that's been nerfed. That's what Ornlo and I did against each other. Over here, JorDan is the Bengalis. He carried Fast Castle if he wanted to. The terrain out here, you cannot actually dock on it. You can walk across it, but you can't dock. No docking on this map. And there are a bunch of capybaras in the middle, javelinas on the outside, and then some more hunt all the way on the outside. The javelinas are in the middle of the shallows. Thought that was a fun way to place them. Let's see what the meta is. You like milling with 3 of your vills. Okay. When I played Ornlu, it felt like the natural spot for the TC was in the middle, because that's kind of how you group all your vills up. But I do think going to the outside has merit. And yeah, I did mill with vills too. I remember I had a mill spot on the outside that Ornlu didn't find. That did feel pretty good. And we do see that on African clearing sometimes. And looks like JorDan's going to be milling post TC. So you had a day off from work, so the day is good so far. Lovely, lovely. Lassie and neutral markets are missing? Lassie? Do you mean Nessie from like the Loch Ness Monster?
Hi.
Neutral markets. Well, when we do the LAN event, there's actually going to be a time limit. There's going to be a 90-minute time limit, so I don't think neutral markets for trading are the best idea. So will be some papaya trees on the outside, and Vils will harvest from that raya. Is that how you say that, raya? I don't know how else you'd say it. Ooh, okay, DauT don't lose Vils to the javelinas. So javelinas only 300 food, not the 400 of boars or the... I mean, not the 340 of boars or the 400 of elephants and rhinos. We'll also see the new predator the tapir in a few maps. So these reskinned javelinas, fitting the new themes, and these rayas. I don't know anything about this bird. If anyone knows their animal facts in the chat, I'd love to learn them. I basically just did a Google search and got some AI results about what animals were in Brazil or not. And I hope they fit. I didn't know papaya grew on trees. They're huge. Yeah, papaya trees. And these are your berry bushes. We saw pineapples in the previous map. Pineapples and papaya trees are the new berry reskins. Analogous to the fruit bushes we had in the African kingdoms. So this map is very random. It can spin around in all sorts of directions. And you'll connect to the edges. The water just kind of gives you a spot where you can't build, and you have to work around it. No docking or anything. But gave a nice starting location for the vills. Makes the map a bit more compact in some ways. Makes it a bit harder to wall, too. And up we see DauT had been luring a Javelina. And Loom for JorDan as DauT is up first. Now, I imagine there'll be lots of fast castles on this map, and JorDan probably thinking, let's go for Rathas. But the stone is pretty far away from his starting TC. He will have gold, but won't have stone. More in grassland / pampas. I hope they fit here. Somehow I trust my AI to generate code more than I do to get animal facts. So DauT up to the feudal age. And will JorDan... I can't imagine JorDan not fast castling, but it looks like DauT will fast castle and do it faster. Now the Troopy start with 25 of each resource, an extra 25 of each resource. Vills can garrison in settlements. Fallen units return 15% of their cost. And they are the Blackwood Archer. Civ, that's the one that's trained in pairs. And also the one that can do the poison damage. And they also have a bonus tech for their champion warriors and slingers. Don't know if we'll see that. And will we see... I have not seen this unit yet. The Ibira Pima warrior. Weak versus archers, powerful frontal attack. I don't even know where they trained that, but we'll see that at some point, I'm sure. And double axe for DauT as he is stripped for the castle age. He'll be up around 50 seconds faster than JorDan, and he's outposting. He will see exactly where JorDan is. And JorDan will just let him do the outpost. And he's like, okay, you know what? When you attack the TC, you show me where your TC is. The outpost did its job, and I can delete it and get some of the cost back. Happy to delete the outpost there, I'm sure. Where will DauT drop his castle? That is a good question. He is on stone. And I guess the question then is, how do the Blackwood Archers do against Rathas? Will JorDan go Rathas? He's not even on stone. What is he gonna do? Is he just gonna FC Elephant Archer? Well, he doesn't have a building anywhere. JorDan, what are you doing with the Bengalis? Where's your Phosphoro? Okay, there we go, DauT. Let's go, DauT. Does DauT have any vills under his TC? No, he does not. Does he have Loom? He has Loom queued. And will JorDan do some anti-castle houses? Nope, the castle will go up. JorDan will be aware. JorDan will do an anti-castle tower. JorDan, I don't think that... Well, he sees DauT doesn't have Loom. He's hoping DauT forgets Loom, but Loom is in. There's no way the tower works, right? DauT sent literally every vill he had for this. All vills getting shot by the tower. Lost one, but lost maybe two. Vill dancing. Castle, there it goes, there it goes. Now the castle's up. DauT lost 2 vills this game, 2 vills. And JorDan will take all of his capybaras and he will migrate out to the edge of the map where he'll do another TC. It's the Copium Tower. Alright, Brace, you're not gonna bring your axe on the plane? As all the capybaras, they go over to the TC. And JorDan's eco has been moved. He will take stone. And perhaps needs to get ready for his own castle now. As DauT will spam the Blackwood Archers. They train in pairs. They are super weak, 20 HP. I think this is the weakest unit you can train in the game. Weaker than the Vills with 25, the Luminous Vills with only 25 HP. Going on a train. Are there train tunnels that then run for you? Okay, Vil goes down.
Hey. Adesh. Koyal.
And Scorpion now for JorDan. So Scorpion from the workshop to defend against the Blackwood Archers. But what does JorDan do now? I guess he leaves this TC. I don't think he wants to trade any Vils from it. They'd just die. That's where you got to be careful you're not using your select all TC hotkey. Make sure they're queued only in one TC. I'm sure JorDan will be able to manage that though. And DauT stay in one TC. He's adding a monastery. He'll start collecting relics. Ibirapima just flattened masses of Blackwood Archers with their pass-through, knocking over like dominoes. Yeah, no gold for JorDan. No gold for JorDan on the side. DauT's castle is giving him all the gold control in the middle. So should JorDan want to do more Scorpions, he'll need to use the market. Should he want to do Monks, he'll need to use the market. Now, maybe the feedback we get is, hey, this is too harsh. We got to put like 1 or 2 single tiles of gold on the outside. Which, I mean, that could be reasonable. And certainly something we could accommodate. Brazilian River is not out. We have the Amazon River in another map. I don't think they drafted it though. Maybe Vinci and KingstoNe will. So Blackwood Archers over here taking out JorDan's outposts as DauT has the monastery up. I like the monastery. I don't know if it's quite... Maybe I just need to get used to it. It doesn't look like a monastery immediately to me. Like it takes my brain a moment to look at that and say, hey, that's a monastery. I do like the little pool down there. That's a nice touch to the graphics. So another TC for JorDan. With papaya trees on one side, woodline on the other, and stone just to the side of it. And he can sell stone if he wants gold, or he could just mass mine stone if he wants his own castle. And he could use a couple of Scorpions, YOLO a castle up in the middle, and then take gold himself. I guess it's a blacksmith? Yeah, it does feel kind of blacksmithy. With the way the angle works, yeah. Here's wheelbarrow for JorDan. And Blackwood Archers will kill the monk. Monk goes down. So JorDan, okay, TC, so he will have gold access. And I imagine the next step has to be a castle. If DauT sees the TC, he can start mangonel pushing it. As he does have a mangonel and a workshop on the side. Now, here's a thought for DauT. Would it have been better to have done the workshop not over to the west, but more in the middle of the map? Now, from our point of view, we see that JorDan did the TC as he's losing the Blackwood Archers. But the TC would be much easier for DauT to pressure from this side, and maybe his thought process needed to be more, JorDan's going to try to retake the middle for gold at some point, I need to control the middle more. Here he has a push lined up on this TC, but he'd have the same thing lined up had he put the TC in the middle. And this area of the map isn't that important for him to control at the workshop because there's no gold out there. There is ballistics for JorDan. Oh, mangonel misses the archers. Oh, doesn't miss that time. Oh, these things have so little HP, they just get splattered by the mangonel. Oh, this is not the unit for DauT to micro. I'm sorry, DauT, but this is not the unit you want to be microing. Yeah, they die instantly. Oh my gosh. Oh, the TC fire slaughters them too. Just had no chance. There goes the Scorpion. DauT's gonna keep up the pressure. Mangonels both go down. Yeah, the Vils need to share their loom with these archers. Vils are hogging all the loom for themselves. And 1 HP left, perfectly calculated from JorDan. And he'll do another workshop. So JorDan 3 TCs, he has gold access again. And he's actually ahead by 10 Vils. These archers are so weak, they can't even dare a TC volley to pick off Vils. Yeah, I think this is the unit everyone's going to enjoy seeing DauT make. Oh my gosh, the Mangonels. DauT. Flank, running away. Run away. That's the. Oh my gosh, he's losing to the Scorpions on the other side too. Oh no, DauT. Not like this. Well, JorDan now, he's the one with the Mangonels. Well, how do you deal with Mangonels if you're the 2P, other than your own Mangonels? Because that requires micro. Are Champy your only real option? You don't have Eagles, and Eagles were supposed to be the Cav replacement for the Mesoamerican civs, and now Champions are the Eagle replacement for the South American civs. But they're also kind of a swordsman line? I guess that's what... Enough Blackwood archers? Slingers? I think Slingers should get killed by the Mangonels, right? Maybe not as quickly as the archers do. I mean, enough Blackwood archers... I mean, I think the only hope of Blackwood archers would be if you kill them and their corpses clog up the ground so the Mangonels can't pathfind. I think that's the only chance DauT would have with Blackwood archers. Well, maybe... Well, unless he gets the poison. If they get the poison, they kill everything. Oh, DauT! DauT, no! Well, it looked promising at the start for DauT when JorDan had to run. But now that JorDan has gold access, he feels okay. DauT's closed the Vil difference to 4 though, but JorDan keeps getting shots on the archers. Mangonel for DauT goes down. And JorDan will repair. Clutch repairs. Repairville even survives. Another attempted flank. Not getting enough distance there for DauT. Scorpion goes down. Ooh, Mangonel a hit. Mangonel goes down. Oh, and a Vil goes down. Some Blackwood archers cleared. Oh, wait. DE, don't lag at this moment. Ah. So, Monastery for JorDan. As DauT keeps booming, he's got 3 TCs. He's not falling behind in Vils. Res collected, about 1,000 more for JorDan. And JorDan will be doing his own monastery. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if 10 of them get flattened, it's only like losing 5 normal archers. Right? They're cheap. They trade in pairs. DauT, maybe it's the unit for DauT to micro because it matters the least if he loses them. It's like the karambit of archer units. And Mangonel goes down, and now JorDan's gonna get his own castle. And how does DauT stop Rathas? I guess with the poison, but that's an imp. Poison would be an imp. That's true, you do get your cash back. Yeah, it is not good for KD stats. JorDan's at 50 to 17. But DauT also, he gets a refund. Fallen units return 15% of their cost. And what's the current status of this? I think originally each of the archers returned individually like 15%, so you got in total 30% of the cost back that you spent on them. And I think that was changed. I don't forget what the status is now currently. Maybe this is where I need chat's help. I've been doing the maps so much I don't know the exact stats of all the units. I'll need to I'll need to play some games with Ornlu to brush up on them. Okay, a nice hit on the archers. Another split. Another split. Ooh. DauT gets away. Hasn't taken a hit yet, but he's done like no damage to that mangonel. And JorDan's up to imp as he goes to repair. Because JorDan's up to imp, DauT briefly took the score lead. What I said was correct, and they fixed it? Okay. That's what I thought. I knew they had changed it. I forgot which was intended or which way they fixed it. Why are we getting cav armor? Good question. Elephant time? I don't see a stable. Maybe he just wanted to make his score drop, so he clicked the most expensive thing he could in the blacksmith to give DauT a false sense of security. Now, DauT's up to imp 2. He'll be about 90 seconds behind, but he already has 2 castles. So even if he loses 1, he might still get enough trebs out to be able to push JorDan's castle. And imp is where the 2P really gets scary when they get that poison damage. And the castles do it too. But if he can get upgrades for the archers, what do they have? Yeah, they do have bracer. If he can do bracer, chemistry, ballistics, elite blackwood archer, poison damage, then this unit gets super, super scary. But it takes a long time to get there. And they also still die pretty quickly. Ooh. DauT dodges that mangonel shot. Ooh, I'm worried about him mangonelling his own archers. DauT. Chemistry might not even matter. That's true. It needs to overcome armor. If it doesn't help you overcome armor, then it is kind of useless. You're right about that. Oh, mangonel goes down. Okay, DauT at least pushing a bit. Nice tower from JorDan to keep the archers away. Archer's weak enough that even a watchtower does damage to them. And both players outposting on the sides. Look at that statue there. That guy's crazy. I love little troughs of water on the university running down into the pools. I don't know where the water goes. It's an infinite, but same thing with the mills. Oh my gosh, he turns golden! Oh, that's amazing! And Dizzy, thank you for the sub.
Attila is king of the Huns. He will lead us to victory against our blood enemies.
Our blood enemies. Yeah, so Treb's attacking the castle as another Treb from JorDan rolls back. Good morning, Dizzy. Good morning indeed. Alright, so I've been enjoying this map so far. I think my only question is it too extreme not having any gold on the outside? But I think the middle's large enough that we saw there JorDan was able to sneak back. However, I think that also DauT missed a big opportunity of keeping JorDan off the middle. But anyway, it's Treb war time. And DauT's got 2 Trebs popping. JorDan has 2, but doesn't have the same production. And once that castle goes down, the Blackwood Archers and the Mangonels will be able to move in and take out the Trebs. So JorDan with 3 Trebs will try to destroy DauT's castle. And DauT mixing the training of both the Blackwood Archers and the Trebs. But he's gonna get a Treb. Oh, look at that. Does he have the poison? He doesn't have the poison. The Treb just went down. Oh my gosh, you get enough of these things, 1 damage adds up over time. That Treb went down really quickly. And that'll buy DauT a ton of time to get his castle repaired. So JorDan with the second castle, but pretty far from his first. And it'll be hard to deploy Trebs from both of them together. Couple of oysters. Are there oysters in Pantanal? Remember, we have to be accurate to the locations. This is going to be a LAN event. I can't go to Brazil and have people hounding me because I made the maps incorrectly. I gotta make sure everything's correct. That's the damages from the Mangonel. Oh, we'll see. JorDan desperately trying to repair the Trebs, but it's still going down. DauT attacking the Trebs with the Treb. I think he needs to go for the castle, but he is doing that at the same time. And JorDan, at least he has lots of stone on the outside for repairing. And he'll be going for another TC2. And he's trying to raid with Rothas now. But he's losing control of the middle. And that castle is down as some archers run forward. And the Trebs will start going down. Bill goes down. And archers kill those Vills. Archers on the outside still running around as the light cav tried to damage them. And we'll have two-man saw, heavy plow on the way for DauT. So TCs go down. And the archers start killing some vills. Nothing protecting them in the middle anymore, and JorDan, no more gold access. So two-man saw, chain barding armor, Onager are all on the way for JorDan. Onager! Oh my gosh, yes! Yes, let's go! JorDan, giving us what we want to see. DauT! Alright, now, can DauT micro against Onagers? He has a good score lead. He's taking JorDan off the middle. But now, he's going the weakest unit he possibly could. 20 hit points against Onagers. JorDan can chop the trees and run through there. Delete the house. 50% of players in the game think it's good to have all the gold in the middle. So, Onager hype. So, JorDan trying to do a TC. He won't be able to finish that. What's the population of these things? They're one population each, right? It's not like Karambits where they're half a pop. I'm just looking at DauT's 148 vills and thinking, how does he have this many archers? He has 70 of them. Are they half a pop? Maybe they are half a pop then. They are half? Okay, they are half then. Okay, yeah, makes sense. That's how DauT has so many vills. Okay, JorDan trying to retake the middle. He's moving forward with a couple of trebs, doing another TC. So far, it doesn't feel like JorDan is out of options as far as gold is concerned, and he does have enough gold in the middle that he can keep moving for it. Yeah, so half pop confirmed then. And this is good. I get to learn the civs as I cast. Yeah, they're Karambit archers, basically. Okay, tree is going down as the Onagers keep cutting through the forests. There we go. And another castle to the southwest. I have Champy Warrior. Ooh, DauT's doing some upgrades. And killing a few light calves. Let's see, does DauT have any unique text? Oh, he does have the poison damage. He does have the poison damage now. And he does have elite. So DauT has now the fully upgraded Blackwood archers with the poison damage. And they will tear through anything they fight. But we're still waiting for some good Onager shots from JorDan. Does he get siege engineers? He has siege engineers for the +1 range. Alright, 9 range are the Onagers. Only 8 on the Blackwood archers. Here comes JorDan with some Onager shots. Okay, gets 1. That wasn't too impressive. Some light cav on the other side. Cleaning up DauT in the east. And JorDan also tower rushing the west to try to take the stone. And Onager shots, are they hitting anything? What is this micro from DauT? He splits, he gets into a shot. JorDan finally gets one, and he gets a second. And DauT has lost everything. There we go, finally the shots JorDan had wanted, and he gets more shots on the west too. More Blackwood archer corpses. They're planting flowers in the ground as they decay. The opposite of gardening. And DauT's going for the champions now, though. He's trying to go for champions. He has elite champy warrior. Should be called champy champion. What shots can the Onagers get? Some decent shots on them, actually. So well, we confirmed DauT had 148 vills and 70 of those archers. So they have to be half pop. They're so cheap, DauT can just add them in again. Did that loss actually matter for him? Guard dying. JorDan mangonelling his light cav somewhat. Or Onagering his light cav. Still desperate for gold as he's trying to do a whole bunch of light cav. Maybe skirms could be an option for him here. He is mostly fighting an archer unit. But again, pushed off of the middle, off the gold. DauT doing a great job of reclaiming it. And there is Blast Furnace for JorDan. And JorDan will call the GG, and DauT will do it. DauT taking a victory, tying this up at 1-1 with the 2P. Castle drop into map control, and I'm sure both players will have different opinions about the amount of gold in the middle. Oh, this is a different menu now. There we go. And we will have military 252 to 183 kills for JorDan. Got a few good onager shots there, but that was a bit too far ahead for that to matter. GG. Who needs a good KD? No one does. Alright, some players messaging me about the maps. Alright, let's check this off. So that's Pantanal, won by DauT, his home map. And for Civs, that was the 2P over the Bengalis. JorDan's first Civ, too. What do they say? Oh, there's just Miguel asking about the sheep on Sois Meriensis. Apparently it's pretty random, so we can take a look at that. How old am I? I am 32. I need the dashboard to refresh. Okay, so JorDan will pick Araucarias as his home map. So old, I know I'm old. What day am I flying? I arrive Friday evening and I leave Tuesday afternoon. It's a long flight for 5. I mean, it's more like 3 days, honestly. It's basically 3 days. Are slingers anti-siege, really? Stop using AI art in the thumbnails. Well, I'm using the tournament logo. I really don't have a choice other than using the tournament logo. As far as I know, that was not an AI logo, and that the designer actually made it. Hello, no zombie. I feel like my YouTube chat didn't update for a minute. And now I got all the updates at once. Oh yeah, I totally didn't see chats for like 10 minutes and now it updated. Sorry about that. Voxa, you live in the Sertão. Okay, you can help me pronounce it then. Slingers are anti-siege. Interesting. Bonus damage against siege. I feel like they get flattened by it, but maybe that... Maybe they also flatten them. It's a little over 8.5 Blackwood Archers for 1 mangonel of resources. Perfect. That's a good number to get flattened and still kill a mangonel. But yes, everybody's asking about Red Bull. I fly out, I drive to the airport, early Friday morning. I arrive in London Friday evening. And then I leave London Tuesday afternoon. So I'm there pretty much 3 days just for Red Bull. I didn't have an overnight flight, but that's nice because I essentially have Thursday as a day then. I need to find something to do on the flight. I'm hoping I don't have any problems with the flight though, because we're having a lack of airport air traffic controllers now. And it's causing flight issues. Also, we're having apparently ICE agents patrolling the airports now. Hello, Kai World. They're both good against each other, Siege and the Slingers. Yeah, I need to arrive 20 days early. I have like a 9 a.m. flight, so I'm gonna get to the airport at like 5 a.m. Yeah, Red Bull qualifiers for the Brazil land, then Warlords, then the Brazil land. And Sivs will be DauT with the Khmer, and JorDan with the Shu. So let's go. Tied 1-1, and immediately there is a scout fight in the middle as both players race to grab the Javelinas from the middle. So this one, kind of Black Forest-esque with Vil fights and Javelina luring. Oh, look at DauT. Look at DauT go with the house. The house to stop JorDan from pulling the Javelinas in. Look at the micro from DauT. Now, there are 3 in the middle. There are also 3 on each side. Kind of I don't know if this map is like a boob, but it's kind of a boob Black Forest triple tunnel combination. As DauT wins the scout fight. JorDan, though, oh, that Vil is low. That Vil has 2 HP left. DauT wants to kill the Vil before it gets back to the TC. JorDan sending another villager. That Vil running in a straight line. JorDan blocks, and can DauT... No, he can't stop both. He can get one. He can get one. House Foundation to stop one Javelina. So JorDan gets one, but at the cost of a scout. And DauT scouts on 3 HP. And he's just trying to block a bit so the Javelina gets some space. Now, there are also 3 more Javelinas on each passage, and JorDan will take advantage of that right now and bring them in. Players also have ponds where they have 3 fish in each of the ponds. So this is the one slightly snowy map that we get. So this is supposed to be high up in the mountains in southern Brazil, from the geography I was able to gather. There are these monkey puzzle trees, which are more native to Chile or Argentina than to Brazil, but close enough that we can get away with it. Or at least that's what I've been told. And triple lore for JorDan, successful. Need Orlu there to teach us history in the History Museum? Well, Orlu studied Southeast Asian history. I don't know if he studied South American history. Or English history. If you're meaning the museums in the UK. So JorDan going for another lore, but DauT there with the scout. DauT can't block with the scout because he only has 3 HP, and we're seeing why that is. Oh, but he stops one, another one just stops. DauT should be able to grab one now. And down in the south, DauT seeing, oh, there's no more Javelinas here, let me just fight this house. Let me just fight the house. Hello, Martin. So, you can also fish boom. DauT gonna add a dock, he'll try to fish boom. As that Javelina biting the Vil. Now, oh my gosh, DauT with the successful lore. So, DauT the lumber camp in the back, both players doing a lumber camp in the back. You should have fairly safe wood on the map. I don't think you'll be able to wall up at all. But I guess that option does exist maybe in the late game. I didn't want to have a map. I wanted a map that at least had like a good bit of wood that maybe you could close off, but I also didn't want maps that were consistently going to hit the 90-minute time limit. Or like we've kind of had like Quarry or Seychelles went long like every time in TTL. And I want to avoid that for the LAN. But we'll see if DauT... DauT's got a lot of wood in those Palisades now. You want this in ranked? This would be a fun one, I think. This will be fun. Now you have the choice. You can definitely overcommit to the fish boom. When I played against Ornlu on this map, I fish boomed and he just went men-at-arms and killed me. So I don't know if fish boom is worth it or not. Also, it's only 3 fish per pond, so it's not like you're gonna get an infinite fish boom. I still need to practice my pronunciation. So that'll be a challenge for me. So I have Lena taken by the TC, and JorDan's up. What's JorDan gonna do when he's up? He has a barracks. He's doing militia. That'll be his first one. 3 militia on the way, so he'll go men-at-arms and probably follow that up with a range then. Has a few vills on gold. What is Brazilian Dynasty? This is a tournament that'll be a LAN event in July. The qualifiers will be in April, right after Red Bull. It's hosted by Onamaru, so the clan that now has every player outside of Hera and Leary, even though Leary used to play for them, will now be hosting their own event this summer. So I made the map pack for this. We have 11 maps. 9 of them are brand new. I made them at the end of February, and these show matches are the first time we're really getting to see them in action. So men-at-arms on the way. That's true. On the shoe, on the other foot. So where will JorDan go? He can go for the gold. He can go for the dock. So on this map, there are also, in the middle of each of the tunnels, a relic, and then 2 tiles of stone and 2 groups of 3 tiles of gold. And then in the back of each player's base, they will have their own gold mine, 4 tiles and 4 tiles of stone. You have one somewhat towards the back. Can be a bit more forward than that, but you're not going to have all of your resources in a row at the front. That's something I noticed and prevented early on. Oh, DauT doing a Chimera farmer on the wood line. Let's go. The men-at-arms will find that, but the Vil can garrison in the house. DauT at the front doing a range, but JorDan's in with the men-at-arms. DauT trying to go straight to the castle age with the fish boom. And some houses going up for DauT as there's a tower by the lumber camp. And a few more palisades go up around the back. The men-at-arms maybe can get in. And we'll attack the Vils. Vils go down. And it's a very weak Vil. Hops in the house and gets away though. So DauT will try to fight the men-at-arms with the Vils if he can, or he might just... Actually, he's walled them in. He could just run away. Could run away now. As JorDan's coming forward with his own archers, DauT not making anything from the range. As the Chimera, I mean, if he had a stable, he could simply add in a couple of knights and be fine. But with archers, he doesn't have any upgrades on them. That's going to be tricky for him, just doing his first archer now. And that gold will be pretty exposed. Vils want to fight the archers. As DauT up to the castle age. And the Vil goes down. Another Vil could go down. Things are looking great for JorDan with all the damage he's doing. But we've seen so many games where you do tons of damage in feudal, but your opponent's castle, and you're stuck in feudal, and there's nothing you can do. And the Chimera Civ, that if they get a stable and get a couple of knights out, it could be like that Leary versus Hera situation the other day, where the knights kill everything. But DauT, I think the fact he has a range instead of a stable might just doom him here. He can't get to the wood line, the men-at-arms are there. JorDan's everywhere with archers, and there's nothing DauT can do now. Oh, there's the GG, and JorDan will go up 2-1. So, JorDan takes the win. This was his home map. Winning between the Borlors and the fish booms. He even was walling up. Look at that. He was stonewalling. Ah, it will be a stonewall map. So, GG. All right. That was fun. I liked that. It felt like the boars, you still had one at home. You have the fish boom. So even if you don't win the Borlor, you're not completely bereft of food. You have deers you can push. Honestly, everyone's going to lose their scout luring the boars. No one's ever going to push the deer. But, alright, yeah, I like that. I like that. That was fun. Let's see. Ooh. That menu's a bit buggy now. Well, let's see. 7-1 KD for JorDan. The shoe was on his foot that game. And the fast castle for DauT. It didn't work out for him there, but I think if he does a stable as the Khmer, and could have had some knights in his base, then cleaned up the archers a bit better. (7-1) for a German on a Brazil map. Oh boy. So there's JorDan taking a win. And let's say it's Shu over Khmer. There we go. And we'll DauT pick his home map next. Be surprised if he didn't, but you never know. Yes, he will. It'll Lensoris Mariensis. And I still need to practice the pronunciations, but I think that one I'm at least close to where I need to be. So, what will this map be? It's a bunch of shorefish in little lakes. You can mill them, you can dock them, and then far away from you, on the far side of the map, there's a large body of water where you can fish, and there are whales you can take too, so there's some gold in the water. On the other side, there are trees, kind of coast to mountain-ish, in some ways. Triple Tuttle? Yep, Triple Tuttle was the, it's similar to the previous one, but the previous one was a new map called Araucarias. Yeah, no more berries. And Showmatch is for what? Showmatch is for the Brazilian Dynasty, or a land that'll take place over the summer. Now, they didn't play the map with the explosive barrels. No, I hope we get to see that in the next match. Yeah, I did. Also, I did not design the logo. That was done by someone else. I only designed the maps. The maps that, as much as everyone keeps asking me, can Claude or an AI go write the maps? My experiences have just experimenting with that have been a very harsh no at the moment. I can certainly write lots of code, and I do use AI tools when writing code, but not map scripts from what I've seen. Alright, so we'll have JorDan will be the Wu and DauT will be the Japanese. So your standard hybrid civs. And here we go. We will have JorDan as the blue Wu and DauT as the red Japanese. And shown on YouTube's page. Oh, nice YouTube. I need to actually make some proper YouTube videos again. But yep, so this is Lensoris Mariensis. It's, I guess, technically not a desert, but desert-like in the northern parts of Brazil, where during the rainy seasons, The sand dunes fill with puddles. They get to be about 10 feet deep. And during the dry seasons, they're all dried up. But it's a pretty unique and rather beautiful location that you have a very harsh barrier between woodline and sand, and then you get the ocean on one side. So lots of goats I put around here. That's what Miguel asked me earlier. Like, there's good variation between 37 and 47 goats, so maybe I'll tune that up a bit, or tighten that up. Everyone will have a pond. There will be 4 fish in each of these ponds. They can dock the pond, take the fish, and lots of goats, yes. It sounds French. I mean, I don't know what the origin is. That's something I still could learn. But both players going to the far side to dock, and DauT will be aware of that, sending the scout to try to find Jordan's Ville. Now, DauT not being greedy, he has done Loom. JorDan being very greedy, not doing Loom, sending the Ville, and risking losing it. But opting to fight DauT's scout. I know you can. I know I can probably get Claude to do better generations. But so far, as map scripting code is concerned, there's no like verification step for it. Like, it can't run a map script and generate the map and check the output, and that seems to be a big stumbling block for it. I mean, sheets like in bed sheets, yes, it does. Yes. Did I try telling it to make no mistakes? I did not. I did not. It tends to get very confused on the fact that comments need to be surrounded by white space. And it doesn't like that. It's internally, like, it's like it's thinking, who the heck designed this RMS scripting language? This is insane. Yeah, and you never eliminate bad results completely, and the problem is that the map script all, like, it's not a short bit of code where everything's modular. Everything depends on what comes before it. So if there's ever, like, one mistake in the map script, it cascades and causes problems everywhere after it. And sometimes even places before it, too, because it's a multiple pass type of interpretation that putting random numbers at the end of the script affects the code that comes before them. So you can get some really janky errors if it's not perfect. Felt like a leading asking why it's better, not which one is better. Yeah, you gotta be careful not to ask them leading questions. How many civs have a bonus for shore fishing? Romans gather more quickly from the shorefish, and they're pretty much the only one. Dravidians have a larger carry capacity, and I guess Aztecs do too, throughout their general everything carry capacity. But not like directly for shorefish. Dravidians are the only direct shorefish one, and then the Maya lasts longer. Aztecs carry capacity, and Roman 5% faster applies to them. The Japanese, I guess Malians too, have discounts on the mills, so they're nice, but they don't actually have a bonus directly for them with vills. So both players going men-at-arms. They're very close on one side, they have the water on the other, they're fishing right next to each other, and we're immediately seeing galleys. Surprised it's not a hulk when they're this close. But he'll open with a galley. And DauT finding a nicely walled-in gold mine for himself, same with JorDan. Yeah, the Japanese fishing ships gather more quickly too, but not their villagers. Other than Romans is the best civ for Monocle. Burgundians have been a pretty good one on Monocle with the Flemish militia. They were basically the number 2 civ on Dune Springs for a while. Armenians can be pretty good too with longswords. So there's men-at-arms for DauT. And JorDan's done a good job of walling up, so has DauT. And men-at-arms for both players, not really finding damage on the wood lines. I'll have to probably check up on the map of gold by the wood line, and if I maybe need to guarantee there's 1 gold by the wood line. So let me make a note of that for myself. Gold by wood line side of the map. As you could imagine the randomness of, let's say, JorDan's gold was out here instead of in the back. Might be taking much more damage. So JorDan tried to dock one of the small ponds. Let's go. I don't know if that's worth it or not, but I'm glad he tried it. And of course, there could be options not to go for the deep water on the side and just to dock one of these small ponds. And one of the open questions is how much fish should we have out here? Are there too many fish? Because I think it would be cool if this were kind of like high tides, where you can fish there, but you don't auto-win the map by having fish. And there is fletching on the way for DauT. And Vils want to poke at the men-at-arms. And will JorDan fight this off? You might lose 1 Vil. But only 1 Vil. The men-at-arms are cleaned. On the water, though. Hulk time for JorDan. Hulk. Oh my gosh, Capture Age renders the ropes now. It renders them. Oh, look at him. Look at him go. They're full animations. As they go down. And that Hulk shot by the dock, down it goes. Alright, over on the other side, archers dealing with skirms. DauT trying to get a raid in. And JorDan just taking the shorefish at the dock. This is where maybe a mill could have been even better. You can walk on the shallows. You can't build on them other than docks, but you can walk on them. Yeah, Capture Age didn't render the ropes previously for the Hulks. Finally it does. Pretty sparse. There are whales. Whales have 1,000 gold on each of them. So I think it's probably more gold total than Arabia because there's 4,000 in the whales. And again, feedback I'll need is that too much, too little? As right now, both players have docks on the water. It's not like either of them is fishing all that heavily. So DauT does have 3 Japanese fishing ships that are essentially idled. And his archers are still wandering around as the skirms kill the archers or push in on DauT. DauT tried to dock the middle pond. He's doing a galley in the middle pond. Okay, let's go. Everyone docking the small ponds. All right. I'm liking this so far. I tried to dock and fish boom one of these ponds and it was awful. Oh, if only this were a demo. If only this were a demo. The gold is kind of sparse, but there are also tons of small gold mines split up around the map. So 40 total gold tiles, that's more than Arabia, and I think there's probably more I didn't select. Yeah, 44 plus the whales. So it's definitely more total gold than Arabia, but spread out quite a bit. I think the same is true of the stone. So both players hulking on the water. And we'll have Castle Age for JorDan. JorDan up first. DauT won't be too far behind, though. He's selling stone, buying his way up. Are demos still awful, or were they fixed? They are still awful even after some of the nerfs were slightly rolled back. I think that's the best way to describe it. They're not as bad as they were during Thalassocracy, but they're still nowhere near what they were in the old water balance. So that's Castle Age and gold mining, both for JorDan. As the archers will try to fight the other archers and skirms. And will the skirms be enough here for JorDan in this fight? DauT getting close, taking the min range. As the skirms will take out archers now. Do they trade better versus fires or hulks? I don't know, actually. I don't know if they trade well versus either of them now, or how worth it is to go demos. I mean, the key for a demo is still to find bunched up land units and hit them with the demo. But I don't know if they really have a role on water anymore. Once you get past the feudal age, the fact that you need to upgrade them separately means I don't think you'll ever do the demo upgrade. And I really haven't seen them enough against hulks or fires these days to know if they still do well or not. Well, it feels like JorDan has a few more hulks, and he'll be clicking medium warships. DauT still adding in more docks. That'll be a crossbow for JorDan. And he's up to the Castle Age. I don't know if it needs to be guaranteed ship kills, but it needs to be, if 2 demos hit in a group of ships, they need to kill a lot of ships. And 1 demo needs to do at least significant damage. Yeah, I know, back during the Mangrove Shallows Cup, I had huge spreadsheets where I tried to rebalance all of the water stats for the ships to make them consistent. And it is crazy how many numbers you need to change. So, feudal warships against the medium ones. And DauT falling behind on the water. 45 to 43 Vils, slightly ahead on land, at least until JorDan finishes this TC. And there he is, done with the TC. Town Watch on the way for JorDan. Must be some impressive physics not to take down the galley. Maybe, but okay, so I've kind of liked what we've seen on the water, and what I'm curious about now is how strong will continued fishing be for JorDan now that he's somewhat won the water? Because there are quite a few fish out here, and definitely the whales out there. It looks like he's on the whale. The whales apparently are gathered really quickly. And I've never actually seen the whales in a map, because the past few weeks we have TTL, and of course I did TTL maps before the DLC. So I'm not sure what's going on with the strength of whales on water. Whether having them is OP or not strong enough. So DauT will have an army that's cleaned up a bit, but he's swapping into knights now. Some Japanese knights might force JorDan into a monastery. He's thinking of a university, though. He's got 9 crossbows, and he's looking for ballistics. Do the upgrades affect the whale/oyster gather rates? I believe they do. Check and correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I believe they do affect those rates. So town center here for DauT. And ballistics for JorDan. Do they decay? No, whales don't decay. They're just like fish, right? Fish don't decay because you don't hunt them. They're just out there. There are also beached whales, but you have to mod them to get food on them. They don't by default have food. I use them on a map. Can Vils gather whales? If they're on the shore, I think they can. Could be interesting maybe to have, if you remember El Dorado, the old map that had the fish under the TC. There are a few maps that do that now. You can maybe put whales under the TC. Okay. Vils go down to the crossbows. Vils down to the crossbowmen. And DauT trying to do the forward workshop. I like the little galley he has in the middle. He also has a monk. Looks like he's aiming for relics at the moment. And JorDan docking the pawns too. Maybe we'll see Vikings on this map just to have cheaper docks in the ponds. That'd be sick. Killing a whale allows farming of gold, increase gold and health, make them attack fishing ships. Can fishing ships fight back, though? Do you need several fishing ships to attack a whale? Let's see, because I think they actually... Let me check this in game. It might swap to a whaling ship. Yeah. Wait, Capture Age doesn't show this. Let me check in game. How do I go in game? It'll be black for a minute. There we go. They're actually called whaling ships in game instead of fishing ships. We need more bug fixes for Capture Age to show that properly. So anyway, DauT around the back with some knights and crossbows, still trying to get to the back of JorDan's base. Now, it is pretty difficult to wall on this map. It is very, very open, and you can't wall atop the shallows, so you need to go all the way around the ponds to finish a wall. You can wall towards the wood line, and honestly, the wood is kind of safe with how they've walled up here. But now the farming eco in the back for JorDan exposed, as the knights and crossbows keep moving in. 5 relic map. Yep, 5 relics on all the maps. Unless there's something I'm forgetting. It should be 5 relics on all of them. Crossbow's picking off some vills. But JorDan defending, and JorDan taking a good score lead at this point. And DauT adding in his university. I don't know if the score is just water, but JorDan has 10 fishing ships and more on the way. So maybe there are too many fish, or maybe too many whales. Maybe it should only be 2 whales on the map. And fewer fish. Fish is worth a lot, yeah. I'm definitely open to feedback of if it's too many or too few fish. I know that's something we always adjust for the Hidden Cup or TTL maps. High Tides initially had more fish, but I know we cut them back at some point. So something I might do here is cut back on the number of fish. Looks good for JorDan. It does look good for JorDan. But DauT can always land some mangonel shots, and DauT has cav archers. Never doubt with cav archers. Maybe doubt him with mangonels, but don't doubt him with cav archers. Although the Gen Swordsman probably not the unit you want to be doing cav archers against. Let's see, there's ballistics and a town watch for DauT. I would like that ignoring the water, as we have a pause, would be an option at some point. So DauT doing a pause. But maybe it's simply too important. And I think and just from seeing this game and from that game I played against Ornlu, maybe simply reducing the number of fish overall could be a good way to do it. Alright, there's a quick pause and they're back. Ram attacking the workshop. And Ram goes down to the mangonels. So Cav Archer's pushing in as JorDan tries to do another TC. JorDan's booming up with 4 TCs. Love to see a good boom. And as the game lags after the pause, the Cav Archer numbers are there for DauT. DauT also has a bit of a hill he could use to push. Mangonels atop the hill could be nice. Can that TC be denied? And for now it is. DauT has to be careful of his vills, but he's got 3 TCs running. It may stop the TC from JorDan. Maybe do some damage with his mangonels. Force JorDan to delete it. That's always good. Both players close to a castle, but no stone left. Need to mine or buy some more stone. His leather archer armor for JorDan at that blacksmith. And JorDan really flexing the 3k civs. That's true. He's been liking those civ picks so far this show match. DauT at least got a win with the Tupi, from what I've discerned from reading about the new civs, is that the Tupi are the most Brazil of the South American civs. So JorDan moving in with crossbows. DauT has 1 mangonel. If he can get a mangonel shot and clear this, he's okay. A lot of the crossbows are weak. At the same time, DauT's pushing with cav archers, taking a fight at the front of JorDan's base, attacking one of his TCs, and JorDan's not paying attention. Does take a mangonel hit. That demo was sad. Direct hit on 3 Gen Swordsmen, they don't die. These things heal over time, so that's just a complete waste. Maybe DauT needs another demo there. And DauT has to be careful. JorDan now has his own Mangonel coming from the side. Is DauT paying attention? No, he is not. 1 HP as Mangonel survives, but killed by some skirms. Still going for the TC of JorDan. JorDan trying to defend with the stable. And the Mangonel shots hitting the Cav Archers. DauT losing the Cav Archers to the skirms too. And JorDan finally getting cleaned though. The Mangonel is getting whittled down. At the same time, DauT gets a Mangonel hit. JorDan not paying attention to his crossbows. Only 2 left on very low HP. As DauT's coming forward, DauT is going for a castle job. JorDan can counter castle. Does DauT have the numbers there? He's got 13 vills. Some Mangonels for JorDan, though. This could be a DauT castle if the Mangonels go forward. JorDan going for his own castle. Does he have room by the blacksmith? Yes, there's a gap there. And the Mangonels go first for the Cav Archers. DauT's like, I'll dodge. See, that's a low HP Mangonel. But JorDan will repair it. DauT trying to rush up the castle. If DauT gets his castle up first, could maybe kill JorDan's... Oh, JorDan saying, I'm going to go forward for an even more forward castle. That might be a mistake. DauT's Cav Archers are here. DauT's sending another village. JorDan doing everything he can to repair the Mangonels against the Cav Archers, but I think the Mangonel goes down. DauT's gonna send more vills. DauT's gonna get the castle up. JorDan got greedy. Maybe he gets punished for it. He's sending his vills forward. Oh, he wants a castle even more forward. There's no way that goes up, right? DauT has too many Cav Archers. DauT has a castle up. Now you can do Samurai to counter the Jin Swordsmen. They do count as unique units, so Samurai get a bonus against them. There's no way this goes up, right? DauT sees that. JorDan could throw this game with his castle. He's hoping the Jin Swordsmen and Skirms are enough, but those vills should die to the Cav Archers. DauT can micro this down. Yeah, this doesn't go up. JorDan, what are you doing? What are you doing? Doing a DauT castle to DauT. I'm trying to wall and trap the swordsman if he can, but more Cav Archers will come from the side. That is a 3 HP vill. JorDan, he's sending his entire village. He's sending 28 villagers to do this castle, trying to take DauT off of wood. Now, DauT has the gold in the middle. There's one Huiguang Cav attacking DauT's shorefish vills by the dock. And DauT has a Mangonel. DauT has a Mangonel behind this now. So wait just a moment for JorDan. If DauT can wall that Mangonel in, he has a Samurai there attacking the Jin Swordsman. Again, this doesn't go up for JorDan, right? He's got a 30 vill lead, so he could lose all these vills and still have a lead. But you don't want to lose all the vills, right? Okay, 95%, and I guess it does go up. You send a big enough village and the castle goes up. Okay, so DauT still has a ton of wood in the back, though. DauT still has wood access. That doesn't stop DauT from taking wood. But JorDan could go imp. He could also drop another castle. DauT doing a TC, but that could get castle dropped. And JorDan trying to get more wood. And JorDan doesn't have much map control in the middle. He cleared one of DauT's docks. But DauT could still maybe go Samurai and attack that tower. DauT will send vills over to some more gold, some more stone. And JorDan has to be careful about map control. If he loses this TC, which is already kind of low on HP, then DauT controls all of the golds and stones so far. And let's see, the whale, are the whales all gone? Oh gosh, those whales are taken very quickly. There's 1 whale remaining, or 2 whales remaining, 1.5 whales. JorDan's gotten all the gold from the whales, and he's up to the Imperial Age. He is indeed doing guard tower. His farms will be raided by DauT's Cav Archers. DauT everywhere with the Cav Archers. He's got a castle on his face, but a castle that won't do much. Since JorDan is one of the 3 kingdom civs, he does get traction trebs instead of normal trebs, so he won't get trebs once he clicks, or once he reaches up to imp. Also, say hi to the monkeys out there, little monkeys. And the Cav Archers will try to kill the vills there. This is a map where I felt like I might have needed to do something crazier with the wood line, because it felt a bit empty when I looked at it in the scenario editor. But as soon as the game starts, you're immediately doing lumber camps and walls and buildings out there, so I think it actually works out fine. Sometimes the way you look at a map is completely different when you play it than when you're in the editor. So DauT up to imp too, DauT up to imp, but 2 minutes behind JorDan. Could make fire archers, that's true. And that's exactly what he is doing. Those fire archers anti-building with a super long range attack. How many arrows did that guy shoot at once? Are they supposed to shoot that many arrows? Fires multiple arrows at units, okay. I always knew that it had the long-range attack against buildings. I didn't actually see that until now. Okay, it's got several gimmicks. So in the middle of the map, DauT's still pushing. He's ramming a tower. He's down by 3k score, but maybe that's water, and maybe he has a chance, as JorDan has 20 fishing ships. That should be fairly inefficient now with how far everything is from the docks. Although that whale feels like it's taken ridiculously fast, though. And JorDan has to be careful that he might lose eco quickly. He's up by 10 actual vills, though, so maybe he's still in a good spot. And he's starting to add in champions. But champions against the Japanese should have good infantry themselves. Oh my gosh, these towers from JorDan. That's gonna be annoying for DauT to deal with on his farming space. So, do the Wu have keeps? Yes, they could upgrade to keep. No arrow slits. They could do keep, embracer, and chemistry. And keep the upgrades coming. Low HP Vil, does that Vil build the tower? DauT trying to clear it with a Cav Archer? Okay, that tower shouldn't go up. And DauT's up to Imp himself, and now that he's Imp, he can make his own Trebs. Alright, he gets normal trebuchets from that castle. And I'm thinking JorDan's in trouble here. I know the score says otherwise. I think JorDan's in trouble. 29 military to 39. Cav Archer should be able to deal with champions. DauT just needs Bracer and Chemistry. He doesn't even need Heavy Cav Archer. Traction Trebs hitting the TCs. Maybe DauT gets pushed off of the wood, though. Okay, I've liked this map so far. It's pretty crazy. We'll need to see some more games to see what players feel about the strength of the fish, if it's maybe too strong. I've liked what we've seen from the docks and the little ponds. And now the Trebs are popping, and it'll be the TC dropping for JorDan. So I spill some water on myself while attempting to drink it. And that TC will be hit by the Treb. And in all likelihood go down. There it goes. Treb next going for the going for the house, then the workshop. Is DauT winning this? I don't know, he's losing his wood access. But the good thing for DauT is he hasn't actually taken any of the little woods on the map. And from the game I played with Ornlu, these little woods actually can matter quite a bit. They add up over time. And now with DauT with the Treb, should be able to clean these towers. He will run away from his TC, though. And JorDan's gonna hope that DauT doesn't have wood access. DauT will do everything he can to take every little sliver of wood in the back of the map. I think JorDan will try to YOLO up that tower with his Vils next. And unique text for JorDan, that will be Sitting Tiger, so Traction Trebs and the Catapult ships, the Luchuan, fire additional projectiles. But you can also fire additional projectiles just by having more Trebs, and that's exactly what DauT has here. He can start cleaning these towers. JorDan will do towers everywhere he can, even do architecture on them, to try to hold on to the map control. But he could start running out of gold soon. He's spread out on a bunch of different gold mines, so he has some good control. He only has 1 TC left. DauT has 3 TCs. DauT needs to maybe queue more Vils. He does have Vils on the way. Champion's trying to attack the Trebs, but they go down. These skirms do not have the final armor, so the Cav Archers can attack them fairly well. Not heavy Cav Archer, but they do have Chemistry and Bracer. And that tower hit by the Treb. Tower goes down. Treb can go for the dock next. More towers being raided by DauT. DauT's down by 5k score. And he no longer has wood access. Oh, if only demos were still good and he could make one from the dock. I think JorDan has this, but I'm still not entirely sure. I'm still not entirely sure. Yeah, JorDan champions will delete TCs. Champions do that when they have arson, especially in all the attack upgrades. He gets food every time he adds a barracks, and he has 2k gold, so DauT will call it. Alright, that was interesting, though. It felt like DauT still had a chance. That castle drop from JorDan, though, was crazy. He was far enough ahead he could lose the Vils. So, GG. JorDan goes up 3-1. This is a play all 5, but all right, I liked that map. I liked that. It's still a bit rough around the edges, definitely, and I'll need to make some tweaks to it, but that's probably true for all the maps. 284 to 230 KD. And 63,000 res collected for JorDan, really pulling ahead at the end. And GG, Fish OP. Champions good. Champions are a good thing. Just like Trebs. Alright, and this is a play all 5, so we do indeed have one more map, but we'll check off these settings. DauT losing his home map, and the final map will be a version, you might have seen the map Terrace. This is a redone version of that map originally by the Mad Catter. I'm still attempting to learn how to say it, but I've learned that a double R makes an H sound, so it's like Seados Carayas? Or Seados Carajas? I'm still not... I need to practice that more. I'm getting better. What's the pro cons of whales versus oysters? In terms of resource gathering, oysters can be used on land a bit more. Whales are more out to sea. I think that whales in general have more food, but it's mostly a visual thing. And what kind of fits the map better, if you have whales out on the sea or oysters near a coastline. That needed a micro better to deny the forward castle to kill more and deny longer. Maybe, but at that point, I mean, JorDan was so far ahead. They're taken by whaling ships at... Okay, we got some stats. Whales are taken by whaling ships at 30 gold per minute, so those 3 ships are taking 180 gold in 1 trip. So all the gold is taken in less than 2 trips by 3 ships. Well, there's 1,000 gold. Right? How much gold do they carry? Is it 60 gold per whaling ship? That's a lot. That's 2 minutes before they drop it off. The last A is open and strong. Yeah, the problem is I've not heard that enough to really, like, have an ear for the slight phonetical differences. So I need to just practice it more. And Twitch chat can help, but there's a limited extent to how much text helps me figure out how to pronounce it. J is just a soft sound J. Not a Y, okay. So more Karajas. I'm using YouTube Premium on TV. Do you get paid? I think so. Alright, let's see. Still in the lobby. I see them. Yeah, so as we said, this was originally called Terrace. There was some rock terrain that we removed, and that's the main change, in addition to retheming it. There was some rock terrain we removed. Yeah, the barrels. I'm more curious about the barrels. I hope we get to see that in the next match. Yeah. Do you know if the players Vinchester and KingstoNe are around? It would be great if they could start drafting, so we don't have too big of a break. Karajas. I know the accent on the A means that's the emphasized syllable. But I need to hear it more. And the Barrels is here too. Yeah, we need to see Barrels playing the Barrels map. It's like we need to see Sebastian playing Bastion. Let's see, did they start yet, or is that just my dashboard? Breaking a bit. Oh no, they're still in the lobby. Okay. My opinion on Shiba dogs? I don't really have an opinion on them, to be honest. Brazilian Portuguese is very sweet sounding. I really enjoy how it sounds as a language. Well, I'm sure I'll hear lots of it when I'm at the land this summer. Oh, and also a reminder, I am streaming on both Twitch and on YouTube, so if you want to watch the stream without ads, you can hop over to YouTube. I don't have a political opinion on Shiba dogs. My political opinion is I think I'm going to have a tough time getting through Newark Airport when I go to the Red Bull LAN next week. From what I've heard, we have extremely long lines, a lack of air traffic controllers, and ICE agents patrolling the airport. Yeah, I have a 9 a.m. flight, so I'm thinking I need to leave at like, I don't know, it's like a 45-minute drive to the airport, and then usually I give myself like 3 hours, but I might need to do more than that. I might need to leave my house at like 4 a.m. My favorite philosopher? Descartes, because he was also a mathematician, and I think he's probably the most well-known philosopher that people don't realize. All those Cartesian planes they drew in high school or in elementary math are named after Descartes. What happens if I miss a flight? I guess I just don't go to Red Bull. He's the I think, therefore I am guy? Yep, exactly. That guy. I remember Moriarty from TNG saying that. Will I be at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere? I don't know what that is, so probably not. Am I a math guy? Yes. Yeah, better leave right now. Well, my flight is not until April 3rd. I think 1.5 weeks, might be leaving just a tiny bit too early. Just a bit. I just have the weekend and the tickets for the finals. I do have the arena ticket for the final, so that ought to be cool, being in the middle with everyone. So that's what all the subs help me with. I'm not casting that one. I'm just traveling to it as a fan. So all the Twitch subs are the YouTube members. Help out with the travel costs. Help me buy airport food when I'm in the airport. See, are they still in the lobby, or is the dashboard just bugging out on me? Sometimes it bugs out on me and doesn't launch when they're in the game. DauT probably looking at the map. And thank you, Luxor014 for the follow. I don't, Gazbanyat. Unless you're asking about hot dogs. I'm very New York in my hot dog eating ways, just like with pizza. As a baseball fan, hot dogs are important. Okay, DauT is checking out the map, I think. DauT, I think, didn't realize what map they were playing. Is an even or odd number of relics? Depends on the map. I prefer odd. Well, there's certainly room for stylistic choices there. I'm watching DauT look at the maps. Why did it translate the maps to Brazilian? No, they're named after places in Brazil. So I don't think that any of the places are like internationally well known enough to have a translated name. And because we had named all the maps after places in Brazil. We had a couple of other maps that we, for consistency, decided, oh, let's just name them all in Portuguese. If it's really confusing, I do have a backup list of names in English in case it gets too confusing for people, but we'll see. I don't know, maybe English is confusing for people too if people aren't native speakers. What sort of map is Amazonia? It's a river map where you start on an island in the middle of the river and can go to either side of the river. English is confusing as a native speaker? I can agree with that. I can certainly agree with that. I'll have to rewatch DauT's stream later and see what his thoughts are. German names I would certainly be better at pronouncing. Tiergarten? Oh. That was great. We need more Berlin lands. Yeah. The interesting thing about the map names though is that this is a story for all the programming nerds out there. Oh, check Discord. What's going on in Discord? Can I send the drafts and recs in the announcements? I can. I can do that for the next... Oh, they played. Yes, I can do that. I can do that. After this set, I will handle that. Thank you, thank you. All right. They started. Yes, I see they started. I'll check in Discord. Let me check what the civs are. I have too many windows open. I can't find There's Capture Age. My game didn't launch. Hold on. Oh, they rehosted the lobby. That's why my game didn't launch. There we go. It's Portuguese for JorDan. And Catan's for DauT. And here we go. All right, so our final map, if you saw the map Terrace by the Mad Catter, that's what this map is based off of. I kind of reskinned it a bit, added some more terrains, made some dirt gradually climbing to grass. There are some dead trees down at the bottom, some dark, dried up bushes. Then we get to this more slightly green South American forest, and then get all the way up to the green rainforest and then jungle trees all the way at the top. This used to be unbuildable rock terrain, but we decided to make it normal buildable terrain. Nice contrasts. I like it. I like it. It's a nice kind of rocky, muddy transition to some dirt and grass, to some more grass, up to some brighter, colorful grass with even some flowers there. I like little bits of flowers at the top. You can see them here and there. Some flowers appear in the jungle. Looks good, but awful to play. I think better to play than in the past since we removed the rock terrain. And this is why, if you saw previous versions of Terrace, there was rock terrain here. And we removed it to make it easier to build lumber camps. It does mean the map is slightly less open, but it's honestly open enough. And you can help me with my pronunciation. I've been practicing. I've been told the double R makes an H sound, so it's like Sea dos Corajas. So you can wall the transitions, yes, you can wall the transition. You can't build a TC on them, of course, because it's a different elevation, but you can wall and build there, yes. This seems like a low gold map. It does feel kind of like a low gold map, and the golds are fairly far away from you. I did spend a lot of time trying to balance them so they'd be fair. Same with the relics on this map. I was looking for places in Brazil that would have like a terraced location, and this location came up in photos when I searched online, and it looked perfect. I'll need to grab some photos of the locations when we named them after locations to show. Am I coming to Brazil in July? Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, Calero, that doesn't help me. Seeing it typed in the chat, I need to hear it. And then practice a bit more. I think getting the H at least I've made some progress. So hopefully every stream I get better at the names, and by the end, I nail them. So Feudal Age on the way for both players at the same time. 19 pop up with Loom for DauT, with Loom for JorDan, and he has extra population because he's going for Militia. The Portuguese for JorDan, Catans for DauT. And JorDan so far is scouting around DauT space. Barracks for DauT, but no military units. Maybe it'll be a stable and scouts? Will we see it? Oh, yes, we're finally seeing scouts. Yeah, this is DauT trying to push in the deer. And JorDan's scout will be by the stable. And here also we're seeing a bit more room to build. Makes it easier to place the buildings. It was a trade-off between ease of playing and placing buildings versus having rocks everywhere. And I don't know, if we see players walling and the game's lasting 90 minutes, I'll put the rock back. But so far it's been pretty aggressive. As they have a YouTube channel. They have a Twitch channel, and I will be streaming on their Twitch channel for most of the qualifiers. My plan is to dual stream on my channel and their channel and combine the chats. So that way there's a bit more visibility to their channel while I'm streaming there. And oh, look at those flags. I like the flag designs. The only one I don't like is the Mesoamerican Civ flag design. And that's just because it's more like rectangular, like vertically than horizontally. And it doesn't look like a flag immediately to me. Maybe I just gotta get used to it. The rest of the flags I really like. Love combined chats. Combined chats are fun. I do enjoy them.
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens?
And Men-at-Arms will be atop the hill attacking the stable. Does this stable count as downhill from the Men-at-Arms? JorDan does not have arson. But maybe something players need to be aware of, that their military buildings might need to be on the flat ground at the bottom so they don't fall victim to the hill bonus of Men-at-Arms attacking, especially if you see your opponent is Japanese or Goths, and then maybe they get arson. That can go down pretty quickly, and it is indeed going down. Now, DauT has 5 scouts. JorDan has managed to wall everything, though. A couple of spears by his berries. So far, so good for him as far as defense goes. 0-0 eco KD. Always impresses me when players on maps like this don't lose vills. So DauT, as the Catans, will try to boom with the pastures. Do forging into maybe double forging. Alright, or just click double forging. That's what I meant as the Catans. To get +2, no bloodlines, but they get double the benefit from forging. And they have an insanely good farming eco with all the pastures. Should TCs be able to be built on hilly terrain? I think it's good that they're only on flat ground. It's nice to have little quirks like that. I think people like Age of Empires because of quirks like that. Gives you stuff to learn. So DauT not taking the berries. Do you need a mill to build pastures? I guess not. No, you don't. So he can just do pastures. He has to have a mill, though, because he has domestication. Did he lose the mill? Maybe he lost the mill to the Men-at-Arms. Now, that's not something I'm used to checking. Like, oh, do they have a mill or not? But there was a barracks and a lumber camp to click up. You can't research domestication at a pasture, can you? Yeah, villagers are... Well, it's a tricky thing because Catans also get a... Do they get a gather rate bonus for pastures? They're the only civ with pastures, and I thought they had a bonus for it. Which is kind of a silly way to make things work. Okay, the mill was destroyed. The mill was destroyed then. Okay. Men-at-Arms, I was looking at them attack the stable, and I was like, wait a minute, DauT doesn't have a mill. Where's the mill? And the various Men-at-Arms took it out. That's what I love about chat. They see things that I don't. They help me out. You got, like, between Twitch and YouTube, like 250 people who can spot the things I miss. So, DauT deciding to take a fight He doesn't have forging, though, going for fletching on the archers, and JorDan has enough spears forward that he can fend off the scouts for the moment. DauT really honestly just needs skirms now, and the skirms are doing work. Skirms OP, skirms cleaning the archers. And DauT will avoid the fight with the spears for now. He has a 5-3 KD, but I feel like JorDan's probably gotten the better of the KD with all the scouts he's killed. 6-4 now. DauT relying on the skirms as he moves over to his gold. That might be OP. I think pastures are OP enough. See, spears poke the scouts, and DauT will try to clean the men-at-arms, but he still lost quite a few scouts. And JorDan with 7 archers of his own, and will be going aggressive with scouts and archers, adding in his own stable. Now, has DauT seen the stable? Wasn't forward to scout the stable. And he cleans up all of JorDan's army so far. And he is up by 2 vills, or 1 vill, 38-37, and with probably the more efficient eco with all the pastures. Nope, they don't have a bias like the old farms used to. As far as I know, they don't. I think there are situations where if you build them adjacent to the TC, they might drop off on the TC instead of the neighboring pasture, or instead of the center. I'm not sure about that, though. I feel like I had seen that in the past, but maybe I'm just hallucinating. Like an AI. Did that fill drop off at the TC? No, I went to the middle.
Sim, ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens?
Look at those spears sticking up from the ground. And I'm so glad I noticed that. They cast a shadow and they actually stick up. I thought they were just lying flat on the ground before. My entire life has been a lie since the 90s. Arrows actually stick up from the ground. There is a tower for DauT. And he wants to get the tower up before the archers kill too many vills. Your woodlines are quite far from the TC on this map. And he's up to the Castle Age. Okay, Castle Age for the Khitans. And that's going to mean quadruple forging. You get +4 attack from forging and iron casting. Cheaper light cav upgrade. But he will need to get the light cav upgrade in. That tower only on 65%, and right now he has no wood access. Trying to use the skirms to fend the archers off as best he can. Looks like he will get the tower. And there's forging for him, finally. Prioritizing Castle Age over keeping his eco safe on this map of all maps, which is very open. Do they spawn in a square instead of a circle? Oh, that is a good question. I never bothered to look at that. Yeah, because the vills kill the animals. Are there, like, specific ways to get them to kill animals in spots that might be closer to the center? That I don't think so. Maybe there is. And, oh, there's a hole. There's always a hole. JorDan can't dive with that many skirms nearby, right? Maybe he can if the scouts to keep the skirms at bay. And, well, he's certainly going for it. Those scouts are taking some tower fire. JorDan will be able to click up soon, but he will still be feudal versus Khitans. And he'll be losing a ton of archers in the process. Archers are a bit squishier than the scouts, so usually want the towers shooting at the archers. And DauT will get out, maybe do some more walling, but he's in a good spot to either go light cav or step lancers right now. And JorDan adding in a market as he clicks up. So he himself has 21 farms, 2 ranges, and 2 stables. So he can go double knight plus crossbow production, but if he's going knights, it'll take him a while to get there. It'll indeed take him a while to get there because he needs to go all the way up to the Castle Age. It's like they combine Chimera, Slav, and Teuton bonuses all into one. Pretty much. Kind of like how the Malians combine with their wood discount for all buildings, the Britain cheaper TCs, Viking cheaper docks, and Japanese cheaper drop sites. So here comes DauT forward with the Lancers.
Quais as vossas ordens?
Olá.
Olá.
Rar, hello. Hello, Baron.
Sim.
Estou pronto. Quais
How
são
you
as
doing,
vossas
Baron?
ordens?
I hope the weather's getting warmer for you up in Maine. It's still cold down here.
Estou pronto. Olá.
Quais?
So Jordan fully walled against all those Lancers. And now, what's DauT gonna do? Double iron casting now, +4. Can Jordan make a unit that fights this? He's immediately going for a university, and he wants to amass crossbowmen, do ballistics, and then fight with the crossbows. Not using the stables for anything, and he does not have a meat shield in front of those crossbows. Light cav and Lancers around the back.
Sim,
Attacking the spears.
Sim.
ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens? Sim,
The spears getting some pokes on the skirms. Skirms go down. And out going full skirm step lancers. Remember, the skirms train faster for the Khitans, so it's nice and easy to add them in. Jordan is just keeping the crossbows inside of walls. He's walled in his resources, and he's using the walls to protect the archers. So from what I've seen, and from the game I saw between Andy and Shikso, we really don't need the rock terrain to keep this map open. And it's open enough by itself. Can Lancers attack over walls? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. The unit has to be really close to the wall, though. And it's not consistent,
Olá.
but they can, yes. I had a game a while ago where I was being castle dropped and someone walled in their final vill and was about to finish the castle, but then I had a Lancer snipe off the vill. And DauT can nuke the production buildings? Maybe, so Jordan's trying to go forward. That is a big risk. If DauT comes back and surrounds the crossbows are killed. DauT now diving the TC, though. Jordan's still trying to wall to keep those vills safe, but the Lancers are diving. On the other side, the Lancers might find and kill that Knight. Crossbows for Jordan. It's a good number of crossbows. They can pick off Lancers pretty quickly. The Lancers want to get through the gate. Can they hit the repair vills? That gate could go down quickly. I think it's going down. And, oh, that is close. That is close. The crossbows need to start killing Lancers. And Jordan he's out of wood. He's out of wood. And he can't repair anymore because he's out of wood. And the Lancers now will massacre the vills. Oh, the vills stand no chance against the double iron casting. The crossbows die too. The Lancers are all dying to the TC. So DauT lost his whole army there, but I think that was probably worth it. He could have microed a bit better at the end, but he's microing against the crossbows here.
quais são as vossas
And, well, wait just a minute, as Jordan will now kill all of DauT's military. And DauT is now down to one single Step Lancer. 2 Step Lancers, that's his whole military. It could have been microed better, to say the least. Well, Jordan has 19 crossbows, and DauT has nothing. So Jordan still has a chance to do some counter damage to DauT. DauT has tower, oh my gosh, those vills are long distance taking that wood. There is Town Watch on the way for DauT. As the vills are killed by the crossbows. DauT just needs to keep his vill lead for a bit longer. It's only 11 vills. 11 vills that also are on pastures, so they are quite efficient.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Here's a wheelbarrow for Jordan. And a bodkin arrow for DauT. Oh, how quickly did they snipe pastures compared to 2 farms? Well, a single pasture is 560 hit points. I don't remember how much a farm has, but it feels pretty slow. That's a good question,
Ao
though.
seu dispor.
They do have a hill advantage for the most part, well, depending on where they stand. Okay, DauT did realize he needed another lumber
Quais
camp.
são as vossas
Will JorDan see that? If JorDan sees that, and he has ballistics, those vills would be killed instantly. Oh, this is a good crossbow raid for JorDan. He's going straight for the gold. DauT has to run. Those vills running around the front side of the archery range, they might go down. JorDan getting some kills. There is one step lancer killed trying to raid JorDan. Does JorDan have this even? Oh my gosh. DauT lost way too many step lancers in JorDan's base earlier, and he has nothing to defend against this now. What was the if he could keep his vill lead? Well, now it's 48 to 46. And DauT needs more skirms. He's struggling. He's running from the wood lines, doing a TC. And JorDan had done such a great job of defending his vills with walls earlier. He needs to move to more wood lines. But he is okay. And there's another TC. How fast did JorDan get ballistics? Portuguese fast. Technology is researched 25% faster. That's how fast.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
You still just need JorDan to find that remaining wood line. So DauT's still up by 1k res collected, but now still struggling with the lack of military, 37 to 14. JorDan's got 34 crossbows, more defending at home, so no room for a counterattack from DauT. And DauT still struggling. Chasing with skirms, and still lucky that JorDan has not come over by that wood line. I'll have... Ooh, what is that Jaguar attacking the Vill out here? Vill kills the Jaguar. And we'll have Husbandry for JorDan. Husbandry on the way for him. As DauT tries to do another TC. Yeah, let's chop in this wood line as the Step Lancers can't fight. They can't fight this many crossbows. And the good old Portuguese gold discount, Knight plus crossbow, becomes a viable combination for them. Crossbow's still picking off the vills. They'll have a workshop forward. Is this a map where Portuguese castle tech might be good? Circumnavigation? I don't know. I don't know when that's ever good. I mean, you don't actually see the vills over there. It's not spies. You just would know the wood lines there. Which, I mean, he kind of does because he scouted it earlier. You could see the extra golds. That's true. You could see the extra golds. There's a forward workshop from JorDan, who now has the center hill. The center hill will be crucial to a good push. Oh, DauT's gonna make the map ugly by putting the pasture atop the rock terrain and removing the rock terrain. The wonderful separation we have between the layers. We let the players build farms atop it, and they ruin the map. Look at that. It's like when you play Black Forest and put your farms on top of the road terrains. You see the buildings as they are at the time of research, or just the neutral features? Just the neutral things, I think. That's a good question. I've never actually researched it, or seen it researched. I've not actually seen that tech used yet. Yeah, I don't think it's like you've scouted your opponent's base and know where their buildings are. Yeah, admin loss for the first player to place a farm on the transition terrain. This is the #1 reason why I should add the unbuildable rock back. And so JorDan now will have a hill bonus for the Mangonel push. And this is where we're seeing how, even without the unbuildable rock, this is still a very aggressive map. You take the hill and you have a good push. It can be hard to come back. So I don't know, maybe it's a bit too snowbally, but I think removing the rock terrain helps with that. So camel out for DauT, trying to go double stable camels now. Khatans do have good camels. They will have extra attack, but still no bloodlines, so the crossbows rip through them. Tech could be spies and no... I mean, the tech could be give your opponent a Cobra car, and we wouldn't know it, because no one's researched it. Yeah, DauT somehow still has a Vil lead. Well, that's what you get from extra TCs, right? He's on 3 TCs and booming. So, but he's gonna call the GG even with the Vil lead. That is not an army that he can overcome. And it looked promising when the Steppe Lancers killed 12 Vils, but all the promise quickly flew out the window when JorDan moved forward and still had crossbows when DauT had no army. So GG's, and congrats to JorDan. Wins that show match 4-1. Well done for him. Experimenting with the new maps. And let me know, guys, what you think about the maps. Let me know, chat, because I'm going to be making some revisions, trying to get some feedback from players as we go forward. So GG's. And let me just check off the scoreboard here. As a win for JorDan on his home map. Sea dos Garajas. As I'm practicing my pronunciation. Still not there. Do we post the Rex now? Or post the drafts. Let's take maybe like a quick 5-minute break and then post the Rex. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom and grab some water, and then we'll be good to go. So next up will be Vinchester versus KingstoNe. Do you want to post it at our base? I can also post it. I can just copy this. I'll just put it in announcements. Oh, okay, our base has it. Thank you, our base. All right, yeah. So let me just update my title. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. GG's. And Vinchester versus KingstoNe. I should update my drafts too. We'll do the big overlay update, and then we'll take our break and get the ads playing on Twitch at least. So let's see, we get some drafts posted. Thank you again, Arbase, for taking care of that. So it'll be Vinchester versus KingstoNe. And look at the draft setup. and of course, they picked similar maps in their draft. I have an awkward feeling that players might have similar preferences for maps. But okay, there are the drafts. I will be back in a minute, and then we'll post the Rex. Alright, thank you, Jordan, for the raid. If our base is around, we're good to post the Rex. 14. Let's go. So thank you for the raid. Thank you for playing the maps. Hope you enjoyed them. And we're going to get into our next set, which is Vinchester versus KingstoNe. And on YouTube, Vanilla Donut saying, great maps, who scripted them? We scripted a lot of them on stream. You had watched our very nerdy map scripting streams. And let me just throw these Rex into my folder and we're good to go. So it is a play all 5, so they will play all 5 of the maps. Lots of repeats from the previous set, so maybe we'll need to force players to pick different maps. Sorry, wrong hotkey there. Let's see. Right, and should be good to go. So, game number 1 will be, on the same map again. Sea dos Corajas. And let's go. Both banned Way and Vinch picked Way. Base, what happened with the draft? Why did both ban Way, only for Vinch to pick Way? What happened there? Is the draft broken? Yeah. Oh, wait. Never mind. That's my overlay broken. My overlay is broken? Hold on. Never mind. I need to do... That was the previous set of bans. That was the previous set of bans. I forgot. I have 2 buttons I need to click. That's my bad. That's my bad. Thank you, Leonard of GM, for the follow. All right, that's me messing up. I have my overlay. I couldn't get the overlay to get the draft, the bans, and the civs to be like organized properly, so I had to do it in 2 browser sources. So that's my bad. We're all good. Thank you for the follows, the Rage Guy and SJSZ. So, all right, we're good. We're good. It's all fine. So we have Vietnamese for Vinchester, KingstoNe as the Khmer. It's a play all 5. Yeah, our base's drafts are perfect. Our base's draft. We gotta scare our base. We gotta get some revenge on him for that time he did an everyone tag that I was casting a show match, and we didn't even have the Rex for the show match. Previous set of pants. That would have been if we had Bay in the map pool. I've been casting for 2.5 hours now. Maybe I say the wrong words sometimes. Yeah, anyway, so here we are. We will have Vinch as the red Vietnamese to the southwest and KingstoNe as the blue Khmer to the northeast. I like how we have both players picking a civ with their name. The V, Vinch Vietnamese, and the K, KingstoNe Khmer. When will we get the Age of Pants tournament series? Masters of Pants? We need to really work on the Bay map. So, this is the Tapir. It's a new boar replacement. Same stats as the boar, 340 food. It's I guess more like a bear than a pig like the boar is. But I'm sure we'll get to learn a whole bunch of animal facts throughout these new maps. Seems huge. Much larger than the javelina, but not as large as the elephant or the rhino. So you can use the size of the animal now as an indication of how much food it has. You like the maps? Thank you. So definitely still some work to do as we'll get feedback and watch the show matches, but I've been enjoying them from what I've seen so far. More closely related to horses and rhinos. Okay. Yeah, so this map here, of course, this was originally made by the Mad Catter. We redesigned it a bit, removed some of the unwallable rock terrain, as you saw last game. And this is just for show, the terrain masking. You can't actually build on it. You can build on it. That was feedback we had gotten earlier, that it made it too difficult to place lumber camps if you couldn't build on that. But I think the map is still plenty open and not going to be walled up by the players anyway. How much food is on an elephant? 400. 400 food for the elephant. So, we're going to have a second wood line taken from Vinch. And double lumber camp makes me think this will be a scouts opening then, with his golds being forward. Only one vill on the berries, interesting. But it is a very standard start. You have some capybaras. These are all 9 start maps as well. I feel elephant should be more meat than a rhino. They are at least more than a boar. That 9 start? Yep, 9 villager start for all these maps. Same thing that we'll have in Warlords. So we just had TTL for a few months with the classic 3 starts. We'll go to Empire Wars for Red Bull, and then back to 9 starts for a few months between this and Warlords. And there's that deer getting pushed into the TC, and should be taken nicely by the vills. So almost feudal is Kingstone, and almost there also is Vinchester. There's Kingstone up to feudal, and I'll have a barracks at the front for Vinch. Maya and Chinese each get their extra vills on top of that. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So there's double bit axe and horse collar immediately for Vinch, and this will indeed be a scouts opening. Interesting spot for the stable, right up against the wood line. You change the berries for the regional fruits. Yep, these ones, I mean, there isn't really a good plant that grows at the bottom of a dirt quarry map fruit, but I went for the fruit bushes here. There are pineapple bushes and papaya trees on other maps. So I have everything as well as I could. I tried to use all the DLC items and keep them themed. So there's a jaguar chasing the spear. And Vinch will fight that off with the scout. Oh, look at that. Not even going to turn and fight with the spear. Will block and fight with the scout. Oh, the things players do these days. So, oh my gosh, scouts opening from both players. Let's go. It's not skirmishers. Oh, good old scouts. This is the Age of Empires I grew up with in the Huns Wars. So, Vinch will probably have to wall his wood line. Don't know if Kingstone will want to fight with 2 scouts. Probably wants to wait for a 3rd. Vinch will get a spear over. Mushrooms instead of berries. That's the old GE mod that Nadia used. The mushroom berries. Love the colors and terrains in this map. Yeah, I think we have a nice, good mixture from dirt on the bottom that gradually gets greener and becomes bright at the top. And you can have some good areas of jungle grass up there. And I changed the rocks too. There's the little map details. We have the kind of the brownish rocks to the grayish rocks that fit in with the grass up to the jungle rocks at the top. Anyway, let's look at the actual game. Scouts chasing a vill from Vinch, gonna kill that low HP vill from Kingstone by the mill. And actually, Kingstone didn't manage to fight the scouts at all. He could lose a 2nd vill. No HP taken off the scouts. Desperate to make it to the house, but won't get there. 2 vills down. And Vinch will keep pouring in with the spear and more scouts. You rock. That's the type of pun I enjoy. Spotty. Yep, there are also some neutral berries somewhere too on the map. Yeah, like up there. There's some forage bush berries up at the top. Different types of berries on the different elevations too. Something's whacking. I don't see where. Or maybe just a scout on a building. So Kingstone took some damage, but still scouts versus scouts. Vinch starting to pull ahead in eco. Khmer should have a good farming eco to try to make up for it though. Very, very open and hard to wall up, but Vinch is going for it as best he can, using that wood line, probably getting a semicircle of walls around the berries over to the TC. And house goes down to the scouts. You think all the maps must have more fruits? Maybe we could add more berries to them. I mean, neutral berries are usually a pretty good scenery item because you're not really trying to take the neutral berries. It should be a terrain that slows units. That's a pretty common suggestion I've seen. There is foraging on the way for Kingstone. And foraging for both. Vinch will actually get it first. And so far, Vinch has done a great job of walling his base and using the spears, keeping himself safe from KingstoNe's scouts. KingstoNe hasn't found an angle to attack. Vinch will destroy the stable and then be able to run around a bit more. We'll have another archery range going up for KingstoNe. That's 7 scouts with some spears. They have forging now. And will they be able to do more damage? As long as KingstoNe repairs, he should be okay. He needs to make sure he doesn't overchop anywhere. Do I see a place for poles on the map? That's a good question. A lot of the maps are really open. And I think it can be hard for poles if they don't have a safe spot to get Folvark farms. I think that the poles are mostly shine in the late game in 1v1s when they have a really good Folvark eco setup. Or like late Castle Age if they can get Schlachter privileges at the right timing. I don't know if the map pool really has maps that favor that here. I don't think we saw poles much, if at all, in TTL. But it's a really tricky bonus to use. The Folvarks are an extremely strong bonus, I think, but you're also vulnerable and exposed because you wouldn't be able to play all walled up like you are with these civs here and use the Folvark farms. And I think at the top level, players generally prefer being safe and prefer being walled. Even more so than at low levels. Coast Arena. Coast Arena, maybe. But I don't think they'd be a top pick for Coast Arena. Yeah, yes, that's true. Quarry was where they were used. Quarry was where they were used. Lots of rams. The type of map where you can get your farming eco safe. They were decent closed map civ, but again, not something I'd really put at the top. But Quarry certainly gave room for cutting on the sides and raiding. I don't know. I think Quarry is a good concept, but maybe needs a bit of a redesign. I don't think we saw enough cutting through the sides on the TTL map this season. Is that spear hitting a veil? Oh, it was. Cambuke spear poking over the wall. So, castle for both players, armor for Vinch's scouts, he'll garrison. And now start shooting the scouts as the veil goes down. We still saw it being done and successful a bunch of times. We did, but I think the primary way the map was played was full wall, like drush into full wall and then boom. I kind of got the feeling with that and with Seychelles that when we saw it, we were almost guaranteed an hour-plus game. Which can be nice if it's an interesting game, but also you run the risk that it's just one player wins and then you're waiting for an hour for the game to end. That Highlands scenario where, if you remember that map with the river that runs down the middle, which is usually one player wins the water, but then you can't kill someone from the water. But the other player doesn't have a chance of getting back because it's so narrow. What if you start with walls around your base and wood around the edge of the map? I would like that. You could make a tournament called Masters of Arena. So that's Bloodlines, Bowsaw, Bodkin for KingstoNe, who is making a transition to Cav Archers. A couple of archers in there, but he's not doing crossbow. Did I say crossbow? I mean Bloodlines, Bowsaw, Bodkin. And he will be going for Cav Archers. And Defensive Workshop for Vinch. Probably then Scorpions for him. But taking the hill in the middle will be really strong, and maybe he has an option to go mangonels and then push forward to pressure buildings. No ranged units for Vinch, so KingstoNe's safe being walled by that gold as long as he repairs properly. On Seychelles, they weren't cognizant of the extra islands or decided it wasn't worth their attention. The thing is, controlling transport ships takes a lot of attention. We saw that in Stronghold Frenzy. We had an island with 7 relics, and it would literally take players 30 minutes to have the monk on the shore get in the transport, go to the island, pick up the relics, and then bring them back. So I think a lot of it is just the islands there came into play late game, when players needed to get the extra resources. But early on, it's a lot of mental effort to transport the vills when you have a lot of other aspects to micro. And here we have an overchop in the wall as KingstoNe lets in the light cav. They'll kill some of the vills. We'll have another wall up for KingstoNe behind that. And these vills will go down to the light cav. All of them being slaughtered now. And this is starting to snowball in Vinch's favor. He's now up by 9 vills. And KingstoNe needs to get enough cav archers to the point where he can take the fight. He can maybe bring this back if he gets the cav archers, but he's saying, nope, Vinch has got this. And Vinch takes the win in game 1. Yeah, it's hard to transport out everywhere unless you really need to. And here, this is just a pretty simple game of scouts, I think, where Vinch did a better job of walling his base and keeping his vills safe. Got a couple of early vill picks on that mill when KingstoNe was the Khmer and didn't have a place to garrison. The house was pretty far away. And from there on out, the Vietnamese eco is also really smooth. It's... I always get kind of mistaken when I think of the Vietnamese because when they came out, originally they didn't have that resource tech discount. That they research faster and don't have the wood cost. But they do have that now. And it is rather good for them. And that's 1-0 for Vinch. 19-6 KD in his favor. Better eco. Just slightly faster castle age timing. And everything worked out for him. They beat Khmer in a scout war. Well, that's what just happened. Alright, and let's see. We'll update this for the maps. That is a win for Vinch on Seados Karajas, which I still need to get better at saying, but we're working on it. And that was Vietnamese against the Khmer. Alright, so let me get game 2 set up. And up DE. Oh, my DE crashed. Wait, no, it launched the game when I didn't click on it. Okay, game 2 on Pantanal. So we saw this map earlier. I think all the maps we saw aside from Amazonia, which will be a new one from the last set. Fellowship? No, I just got this. Dogao gave it to me. They gave shirts to everyone at NAC. This one at least has some Brazil colors on the sleeve. The sheep's also cute. Alright, so game number 2. What do we have here? Pantanal. So wait for the ad to finish. It'll be Berbers against the Huns. Okay, so welcome into game number 2. And here we are on the map Pantanal. So it's a land nomad-like map. There's gold on the inside, more stone and food on the outside. DauT went for a castle drop on this map. These two players might go for a very close pair of TCs. And different approaches to the map. Alright, so KingstoNe sending 3 vills to the outside, and he'll be sending the rest of his vills to the middle, trying to do a TC on both gold and on a wood line. Vinch sending all of his vills to build the TC at the start, 1 vill doing houses. Now, we don't need houses from KingstoNe because he is the Huns. So this is what our base thinks is the meta. Mill on the outside, TC in the middle. As the Huns, you don't need wood for houses. You can grab a wood line in the middle. And he will have a horse, of course, and a Hunnic horse with which to pick up all of these capybaras, find the food on the outside, scout the locations where Vinch will be running for food. There are lots of javelinas to lure in during the Dark Age. And I'll have a house for Vinch. So this water here is shallows. You cannot dock on it. You cannot build atop it, but you can walk across it. Like this map, but I think it needs fishes. Yeah, we didn't want to have another docking map, though. So maybe there could be shorefish that vills can take. But I want to have more of a landish nomad map that's kind of open not too wallable. Mule cart sieves. Not every map needs fish booming. We do have quite a few maps with fish. We'll see Lensori Mariniensis again this set, which has a lot of fish. For aesthetics here, if you play the DE default maps, there's a map called Wade that has some water that you can't dock on. I thought that was pretty interesting. And I was somewhat inspired by that. Horse is a horse, of course, of course. Yes, yes, yes. So, stone on the outside, and the one question I have is whether we need maybe 1 or 2 tiles of gold on each of the outside bits. If it's maybe too harsh to have all the gold in the middle. Or if we did manage to balance that properly. I'm also seeing a rather harsh lack of terrain mixing on this land here. This is also the shorter one, so let me make a note for myself there. Terrain mixing numbers for smaller edge lands. There. Making my notes. Yeah, being on the same island is kind of wild too. Yeah, because you can't wall then. You get shallows all around you. So, Feudal Age first for KingstoNe. Now, Vinch has gone to the outside, has a mill and a lumber camp on the side. KingstoNe still luring in the javelinas. I'll get one right under the TC. And on the other side, the mill still working. The Reyes out there still taking for KingstoNe. And you look at the scouting, and let's see, does he have the horse still? Did he lose the horse? Oh, he lost. Wait, no, he has the horse. Okay, he has the horse. I didn't see the horse for a second. I was like, he must have lost it to the TC, but no, he's good. He's good. He knows roughly where Vinch is. He has seen the TC. He lost half of the HP on the horse. And he is up to feudal. Vinch's scouting won't be anywhere near as good. And it's difficult against the Huns because you have all the capybaras with which you'd like to be scouting, but if you do, then you're risking them being stolen by the Hunnic horse. So KingstoNe has not just the horse, but also all of the scouting he could want. Well, all of the scouting he could think about if he were to do it. He's just thinking, you know what, I like the capybaras so much, they're so cute. I'm not going to send them away to scout, I'm just going to keep them by my TC. Oh, look at them. Anyway, it will be a range for KingstoNe and a barracks also for Vinch. Vinch going to be walling in his wood line, making sure KingstoNe can't get any early attacks in. Vinch up to feudal himself. Now, will fast castle be the approach on this map? Will fast feudal be the approach? I don't know. I think it can be difficult to deal damage in the feudal age because the TC protects a lot of your eco. But then again, the eco is also on the outside where archers could hit. You can start a petting zoo. Did you know a monk won't heal a horse unless you tell him to? Oh, really? I did not know that. Like, the monk can heal the Hunnic horse, but only if you right-click it explicitly? Okay. There used to be a bug that Teuton monks had extra healing range, but only if you right-clicked them, and they didn't auto-heal from the range. But that got fixed at some point, I think. I'm the Viper, you're not the Viper. You saw Hardy's new song? Cute cappies. So there's fletching for KingstoNe as he starts amassing more archers. Blacksmith and range for Vinch. Now the question for Vinch is, does he go straight to the castle age? If that had been market stable, he might have been able to sell stone and click up. And then go knights early on as the Berbers. With how cheap they are. Get the gold access. But he will do double bit axe, padded archer armor, and if he had planned to fast castle, those plans have gone awry, as he now must play in the feudal age, react with a mining camp, won't have the food to go up anymore, has spent the food, doing armor first, armor and skirms. So the skirms will have less range, but they'll tank more damage from the archers. Fletching right after the armor. Always an interesting choice, I think, to do armor first. I wouldn't do it archer versus archer, but skirm versus archer. Can make sense sometimes. So maybe a mistake from KingstoNe there. His horse was there, but he didn't block the Vil. That's what I see Licks do all the time, blocking the Vils with the horse in the Vil fights. He blocks the Vil there and the archers get the kill. But I'm sure he has a lot to micro too at the same time. He has to take care of all those capybaras. He has a lot of capybaras, he's got a micro. Oh, look at all that food he'll have. And now you get to the point where Vinch is like, well, what do I do for food? I don't have any capybaras. The Huns have all the capybaras. KingstoNe still has food for days here. And Vinch also doesn't have a raiding unit. He can't move out on the map and stop KingstoNe from taking the extra hunt or the papaya trees. I still have Alina's out there. I wonder what capybara tastes like? I have no idea. I did have a wild boar burger once, and I thought it was awful. So I would not recommend boar meat. And Vinch has to farm. And this is going to be one of the big differences on all the nomad-like maps. Can you get enough food that you can delay your farms, or are you forced to farm? And perhaps with the market now, Vinch could go up. But I think he missed his opportunity to go up earlier. But then again, you're playing basically Phosphoro into monks. I mean, into knights. There's 300 food bought for Vinch. KingstoNe, he's going to be up first. Yeah, Vinch buying food and he still doesn't have any. And you're seeing the power of the Hunnic horse and the capybaras. And I feel like this is a huge civ win for KingstoNe from the start he got. But maybe there's a way Vinch can pull it out with a Berber stable. Berber should have units to counter the Huns, but I think it'll be harder for him to get to them. He's still trying to use the market, but not up. And as he's trying to figure out the market, KingstoNe's on his way up towards Castle. And a few scouts out too, so he has added in the stable, and he can go either knights or cav archers, or just crossbow. Honestly, crossbow plus knight could be a good play for him. 1 or 2 knights trying to pick Vils as they run to the TC, along with crossbows. Now, he can't hit the wood line because of the tower. But there's bloodlines, so the question is then, is it knights, is it light cav? He doesn't have all that much gold, though. He only has 2 tiles left. But that should last him for a while, at least. No more Stranded here. No more Stranded. As great a map as Stranded is, we just had a few months of that in TTL. Is this a nomad map? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Late Loomer indeed. Nomad. Land nomad-esque. No lumber camp, though. They can start right from... Oh, maybe we should make it. Everyone would hate that. Imagine we made this land nomad start, so you needed to do the lumber camp. I honestly kind of like that on a map where you then have some scouting information. You can pick where to put your TC, scout where your opponent is. You have some time before making it. Maybe we should do that. I know I would love that. I don't think... I know that some of the old AoE2 purists would love that. I don't know if everyone would like that. So Mangonel out for KingstoNe and Vinch. Oh no. Well, he's trying to do a Genitor to counter the cav archers and the archers, but now Vinch is off of gold. At least the Genitors are a trash unit. I think this is looking really good for KingstoNe. I say that, but I mean, Vinch is actually up in res collected and the Vil count is tied. So maybe he's still in this. He'll be losing some Vils with that Mangonel. 12 to 7 military, but the Genitors can be microed quite well. Knight getting it on the gold. Yeah, that's what I was envisioning from KingstoNe. Knights around to hit the gold. T90 loves talking about the importance of scouting. Hey, I am all for the lumber camp. Land nomad. Oh, Mangonel trying to defend for Vinch. If Vinch wins this by going Genitors, that would be crazy. But that Mangonel should be picked off. I don't think the TC can stop that much cav. Not even with a skirmisher-like unit there. Vinch floating a bit of wood. Has resources to spend, definitely. I'm in charge here. Make an AoE zone drama thread. Land nomad needs the lumber camp start again, and we'll see what support we get. I mean, some people playing or watching Age of Empires these days might not even have been born back when Land Nomad had lumber camps. A town center for Vinchester. And now he's raiding. Okay, nice job with the Genitors to kind of survive under the TC. And then move out to raid. They can tank some TC fire with all the Pierce armor they have. They're a skirmisher unit. 6 Pierce armor now with the Blacksmith armor, so they'll take 1 damage from the TC. Yes, exactly, Garlic Witch. You started with only 200 wood like a normal map. So you had to build the lumber camp, which cost 100 wood, chop the trees, and then get enough wood for a TC. Well, that is a lot of mangonels from Vinch. Oh yeah, also Capture Age apparently updated their splash graphics, or their projectile impact graphics, so we can enjoy some wonderful splashes in the water as those mangonels try to hit the knights. And mangonel push from KingstoNe. Both players 2 TCs and booming, but Vinch struggling for gold. Mangonel micro going down for Vinch. He's gonna lose some vills on the gold. At the same time, he's getting hits on the cav, but needs to be careful. He could lose all gold access now with a good mangonel shot. 1 vill going down there. The Wester weakening going back to the gold. Vinch, no. Well, he was down by 6 vills just a moment ago. Now it's 49 to 32. And this is looking great for KingstoNe. And the Huns went from being probably the worst land nomad civ to maybe the best one now with the horse. And in the drafts, players are probably going to have to try to ban them. New CA font? Oh no, that's just my stuff. I did that myself. I am putting a image on top of Capture Age. I wanted to get the in-game and out-of-game overlays in sync, so I didn't need to press 2 buttons. So I click my scoreboard once, and it updates the images on both. And 1 more round of mangonels. Killed by knights. And, oh, nice mangonel shot. Vinch saving his mangonels. And gets 1 hit there. Almost was a double kill. I feel like he should be completely dead at this point, but he's still hanging on by a thread. And oh my gosh, KingstoNe. At least this is just Genitors. It's not like those are elite Mangudai finding the vills. They can barely hit them without ballistics. And mangonels are a bigger threat to the vills almost. This is where Vinch has to stand by the vills and try to debate the mangonel shots. Okay, he gets hit though. Not getting the vills hit. Are they so close? Because this was a nomad start. So another TC for KingstoNe.
Here?
Oh, okay. That's a mangonel shot. That's a mangonel shot right there for KingstoNe. Cleans up some Genitors. Now, KingstoNe is booming. He's got 1, 2, 3 TCs. Still up by 14 Vils. And he's killed 17 Vils. Vinch must have mangonel one of his own. And no oh my gosh. Okay, KingstoNe one hit the castle. One hit the castle. KingstoNe, do, no. KingstoNe, oh. Almost. He'll probably still deny it. Could have one hit it. I mean, it doesn't have much HP. It won't take many mangonel shots to force the delete. Try to stop the mangonel under the TC. Well, Vinch rush Vils for it. He can't afford to lose it and all the stone. Okay, he deleted it. He's got 600 stone left. But I don't think there's a place he can place it now. Oh, one Vil attacking the mangonel. Okay, what is KingstoNe's attack round micro? Can he get the Vil and not the mangonel? He's not even gonna go for it. Not gonna bother. He can just repair us into night. Okay, there's the castle. Bit of a safer location for Vinch. At least it's under the TC where he can garrison. But slightly safer. Still isn't all that safe on this map, as the knights will come around for KingstoNe and pick off the mangonel. Monk wants a conversion on a Vil, gets it. And okay, gets mangonel shot on the archers. And I don't think Vinch can... Oh, can he get the castle up? I have seen some crazy comebacks with camel archers in games, which makes me think if Vinch somehow gets this up, it might not be over. But if it's not finished, if this is a DauT castle, then it's 100% GG. And I don't think he can finish it. He doesn't have enough Vils. Oh, can he? Is there a world where he finishes this castle? That mangonel will go down. Otherwise, the TCs are still just booming on the outside of the map. Not much going on there. It's all just the castle. And the Vils are out. Mangonels, killing some Vils. The castle, 82%. It's taking so much damage from the mangonels. It's pretty high in percentage, but Vinch will lose all the Vils. He will call GG, and KingstoNe gets a win. Good Civ matchup for him, but still good to pick up wins against Vinch for KingstoNe. GG. And, well, DauT played the last set, but still, Vinch is saying, I gotta realize I'm teammates with him now. So 57-32 KD for KingstoNe. Better eco. There were times Vinch had a better eco, which is crazy with all the capybaras that KingstoNe had, but he could also manage it better without needing as much wood. So DauT played the previous set. No more DauT here. So let's see, what do we have there? That was for maps, a win on Pantanal. And for civs, that was the very first picked Huns against the Berbers. So that was a civ matchup. Vinchester said, I'm going Berbers. KingstoNe's obviously picking the Huns. And Berbers, I can at least counter them with camels if it gets there, but it didn't get there. He discovered his inner DauT, as you say. Alright. And looks like we'll be back on Lensoy's Mariensis for the next game. It'll be Dravidians against Armenians. And let me just make sure I get all the spellings of the map name correct. Which I think I do. All right. I'll wait for the ad to end, then hop in. Yeah, Vinch. That was a big ouch for Vinch at the end. But here we are, game number 3. Once more on Lensoy's Mariensis. I think I still can improve that a bit, but that's the one I think I'm most practiced at. So you start with the TC, On one side of the map, you have wood on a hill behind the TC. There are lots of small ponds with shorefish, and on the far opposite side of the map, there's a big area of water, some whales with gold in the water. And I think the biggest question I have about the map is how I need to balance the fish. Is there too much, too little, too many whales? I don't know. But right now, we see immediately Vinchester sending a Vil out to go build a dock, not doing loom. KingstoNe's scouting. Is it possible to not dock and just do a mill and play super aggressive on land? I don't know. Here, Vinch's golds are both pretty far forward, so awkward map for him, but also a fairly easy wall off right to the wood line. Mule cart for KingstoNe. Mule cart should be great for this map. And he's sending his docking Vil out now too. Scout there for KingstoNe sees the unloomed Vil. Vinch walls though, just in time. Just in the nick of time, and I think he can still fit a dock out there. So nice Alcatraz quick wall for Vinch. We saw DauT doing loom before sending his Vil out. We'll see how risky players get in the actual event. Better to have too many whales than too few. They have a ton of gold though, 1,000 gold. And I don't know if winning the water giving 4,000 gold is as balanced as it should be. At first I just put the whales on the map thinking, oh yeah, whales will be fun. But then as I played the maps more, I realized how strong the whales were. But we'll have some games over the next few days, get some feedback from the players, see what they think, and then make some tweaks to the maps. So fight for goats too. There are tons of goats scattered about the map. Relics also, they seem to spawn a bit closer to Vinch. I'll have to work on the relic distribution a bit too. It is a lot of gold. So I'm just gonna say notes for this map too. Number of fish / whales. Relic distribution, and also woodline paths / clumps. I didn't want to make the wood line just one thick block of wood, but maybe I gotta make it a bit more clumpy. I want to make sure that it's fair, but also kind of just not boring to look at. Does it not show whales with white mini-map color? It does not show the whales at all. Alright, let me send that as a bug report. Ray asking the important questions. Alright, let me tab over to the Capture Age Discord for the bug reports. CA doesn't show whales on the mini-map. There we go. Bug report submitted. Thank you, Ray. So, loom for Vinch. KingstoNe clicks up to the feudal age first. And he'll be doing a mule cart over on the gold. Vinch walled, but he also walled his golds out. This is also one of the things I'm seeing. If the gold is maybe too far forward, then it could be a huge advantage for one player over the other. And that could maybe be balanced a bit more. Can they spawn on any edge? Always opposite, but yes, it can rotate in all 4 directions. We did that on stream a while ago. I guess the most accurate version would be the water on the northeast and the forest to the southwest compared to the real location. But I'm just making it spin around because I think there's more variety then. Yeah, maybe one safe-ish gold can be guaranteed. I'll have to experiment and see what the players think. They each do have a few, I think 4. I gave them small woodline clumps if they want to use those. But I imagine we're going to see a lot of strats like this, walling up to the woodline. Gotta be careful you don't have holes in the back, though. Well, that should be pretty consistent and pretty safe. Yeah, both players going for a... Could have gone like 1 or 2 tiles more to the side and had a shorter wall, but I guess it works. So Scout in for KingstoNe. Unlike DauT and JorDan, they docked opposite sides of the map. 3 docks for KingstoNe, and he is immediately going galleys. Vinch going galleys and a fire. So a bit of a mixture there with the fire. And then fishing lines, the new fishing ship tech. Fishing ships are, I think, overall worse at fishing in general, but then they get more techs now, so they can be researched a couple of times. And KingstoNe with the scout HP advantage, Vinch will just take the hill and lose the scout. Do we have a barracks? Do we have men-at-arms? No, no longswords either. So just pure galley play here. Alright, interesting. I thought this would be a more aggressive men-at-arms map like we saw with DauT and JorDan, but maybe you're close enough to the wood line that it's easy enough to wall. Maybe I gotta move the players a couple tiles away. Alright, galleys hitting the fire. And fletching for Vinch. Oh, there's a Hulk. There is that Hulk. Takes down the fire. Oh, that Hulk sound, the doinks. Oh, look at those ropes go. So it looks like KingstoNe getting the advantage, I think. Hulk doing work forces Vinch to garrison in the dock, and KingstoNe still fishing right away peacefully in his docks. I'm mistaken whales for relics. Maybe the whales should show as a gold dot. Yeah, that's not the worst idea. But yeah, they do look like relics when you look at them on the minimap. Usually, right? Because they're... I guess you don't usually have relics floating in the water, but... maybe they should just show as a fish tile? Maybe they need a new color? So fletching for KingstoNe, good for the galleys. Vinch with the food count, he's about ready to go up. With a market for him on the side. If he sells the stone, he can maybe go up. He's milling a pond instead of docking it. And then same for KingstoNe, milling the pond. And HK whale squares are needed. They are needed. And there's fishing lines for KingstoNe. And res collected. Somehow Vinch has 800 more resources collected. Is this just better fishing as the Dravidians? Is it the fact he did fishing lines early? I don't feel like the map has been super heavy in one player's favor, one or the other. There's only one eco kill, and KingstoNe's the one who killed one of Vinch's units. Overall KD, 11-8 for KingstoNe. I feel like he's kind of winning the water a bit, but Vinch up to the Castle Age, managing the eco very well. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 docks for KingstoNe, focusing more on the water. Okay, we'll be focusing fully on the water. So this is another indication that I think I'm going to need to decrease the number of whales and the number of fish here. Just full-on galleys is kind of not what we want to see from the map. Like, water should be important, but I hope it's not like full galley every game. And with how I'm seeing players wall up to the edge, I worry it's going to trend that way. Interesting concept, though, that you're, like, walled on one side, but not on the other. We saw that from DauT and JorDan constantly in the back of each other's base with crossbows and men-at-arms, but I guess 1 or 2 towers by the wood line should keep you safe enough. And here we are, Hulks against the fires, galleys against the galleys. And more galleys are on the way for Vinch, and he's about to hit Castle Age. KingstoNe's selling to try to click up. And as he clicks, we now have medium warships for Vinch. Vinch going for the forward university. He'll be wanting ballistics for war galleys. And so far, nothing happening on land, despite the players being so close to each other. KingstoNe going for the Vil, but the Vil will kill the scout. Fishing ships can hop in the dock, but not the Vil. And medium warships just a moment away. And there are the fire ships, the war galleys, the castle age, everything for Vinch. And KingstoNe, who only has 4 fishing ships, has to hope that he can win land. But that's looking kind of rough. There is clinker construction as Vinch with the university. Did I say ballistics? No, I meant the other water techs that are at the university now, so that the ships move faster. The fire ships, and the hulks, and the war galleys, husbandry for your ships. Can I make them spawn closer? I could make them spawn a bit closer. We'll need to see more games on the map to judge properly, though. This is a game of both players going for water. Maybe one player goes water and another goes heavy land aggression, and it might even out. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking fewer fish. Oh yeah, these are the sail changing ships. Yes, they swapped to the African variant. The safe default play. So there's careening boat and bowsaw. Personally, I'm thinking that something like Bengalis for the Rathas for like a phosphor rush could be nice here. And as I say that, KingstoNe's like, I'm just gonna do a fortified church rush. Let's go, Vinch. Can he fight with Vils and stop it? No, these things are constructed way too quickly. All right, now Vinch has no gold. Well, he has gold on the side. He's almost out of that gold anyway. Well, okay, church on his face. Church on his face, KingstoNe saying, you know what? I don't need the water. I can just take all the gold. I can take all the map control with the fortified churches. They'd be a lot more afraid of siege and towers separately, not siege towers. So Vinch says, oh no, I'm being fortified church rushed. I'd better put everyone on my stone and get a castle. Now, has he seen the fact he has gold over here? He does not. He's one tile away from scouting that gold, which will be a good gold for him. Hello, Carnage. So, 2 churches up for KingstoNe. Warrior priests on the way. And KingstoNe was just about to lose his navy. But he has 4 docks still. And with 4 dock production, if he can take Vinch off of gold, then maybe there's a way he could slip back onto the water. Where will Vinch drop his castle? Where will he put the castle? Will it be defensively? Or will he just YOLO it forward? There is that forward gold from KingstoNe, but a bit closer to the wood line, he could wall it a bit. Yeah, priests find a couple of goats for KingstoNe. And Vinch, wants that castle. Second TC on the wood line. 57 to 51 Vils. Has a score lead from winning the water. We'll be doing gill nets. That's the same thing as fishing lines. Improves your fishing ships. I don't even know where it is. Naval. There we go. Gill nets. Gather faster and carry more. I think they're both plus 10% and plus 5. So some duplication and effects that are kind of split up a bit. So forward castle now from Vinch. Forward castle for him. As the warrior priests not able to find too much. But now Vinch, no gold. No gold for Vinch. And I think this map will give us some interesting setups where one player has wood and the other has gold right here. Vinch will secure gold at the front of his base, but one mangonel outside the castle range. Could probably stop Vils from taking that. And okay, relic inside of this church. Why not? Where else are you going to place it? Where's the monk going? Looping around under potential castle fire. And KingstoNe, will he put it in? No, he won't put it in. He's going to decide, let's put it somewhere else. Oh, I think he shift-queued it, but misclicked the shift queue and didn't click on the church. So the monk's going to walk out to that relic and not get it. Oh, KingstoNe, no, messed up the shift queue. So this church could go down. Needs to make sure the gather point's on the side. A roomy swordsman for Vinch. Oh no, that monk, he can't carry 2 relics at once. Oh, that's true. Vinch will have gold with the whales. He will have gold with the whales. Ooh, that's true. Maybe another reason to reduce the number of whales. Just to make the map control a bit more powerful for the player who loses water. Yeah, so maybe I reduce it from 4 whales to 2 and also cut the fish down a bit. And then maybe standardize the gold location a bit. Let's take it to the max. So there's the TC. TC for Vinch. Interesting that this is a little divot away from the pond. Terrain generation be funky sometimes. Is Hulk Galley better than Fire Galley? Depends on the situation, but here KingstoNe had quite a few galleys, so Vinch made the fire ship. It is at the very least a bit of a triangle now, but 23 fishing ships for Vinch, even during fish traps, and yeah. I definitely should cut the fish down. So lots of farms around the TC there to the north for Vinch. Vil healing the shorefish Vils. Like to see players docking the middle. Maybe I need to put deep fish in the middle, even though that would not be realistic for this water that goes 10 feet deep. Yeah, it is an interesting map. Definitely is. I felt it was pretty interesting when I played it with Ornlu, and the 2 games I've seen here have been quite nice. So Imp for KingstoNe, and look at that economy. He's up to Imp. Maybe Vinch needs all the fish. He's up by 3k res collected, but he's nowhere close to Imp. Invested significantly more into securing the water, that's for sure. Imagine KingstoNe somehow sneaks those 2 war galleys to destroy several dozen fishing ships. Because we do have 2 dozen right now for Vinch. Yeah, whales in the ponds, that's the thinking we need for the map pool. Whales in the ponds. They got lost. Put the Loch Ness Monster in the ponds. Nessie can get really lost. So 2 relics about to be ejected as Vinch will go for the Elephant Rams in the Castle Age to push KingstoNe back. And Imperial Age 90 seconds away, 130 for KingstoNe. As they'll go Composite Bowman and get a nice attack ground against the Arumi Swordsman. The Javidian Arumis. And does the Warrior Priest beat them? That shouldn't happen. Maybe it does. Well, Warrior Priests have 80 hit points compared to the 55 of the unique unit. Wait, 9 attack versus 11 attack. Here he gets the charge attack. How is the Warrior Priest that much better than the unique unit? Oh my gosh. Do you need, I mean, humans put orcas in pools? I don't think they would have had the ability to transport orcas back then to inner land areas. Yeah, monks start with 30 hit points. Now we have Composite Bowman and a big elephant push. Remember, elephants can garrison the castle. Will this elephant push be enough? There are some mangonels defending from KingstoNe. And mangonel shots on the Arumis. Can the Arumis be cleared? Can the mangonels be repaired? They're going for the mangonel. That mangonel needs to stay up, but it goes down. And even if the castle and archers could win the fight, the castle might go down. The Vils here are attacking the elephants. More Arumi come forward where they can kill the Vils. And this castle needs to stand. Composite Bowman won't be able to kill the elephants. The Vil numbers are dropping due to the skirms. Anything outside of the murder hole's range will die, but those few skirms that are camped against the castle will be able to kill the Vils. KingstoNe calls the GG, and Vinch does it. He goes up 2-1. KingstoNe sure made that interesting. Made that very interesting at the end, but won't be able to survive the ram push against the castle. And Vinch does it. Up 2-1 with the water control. And as I said, water control looking more important than I really wanted for the map. I wanted this to be more of a land map. Or kind of a hybrid map at least, but the emphasis was more on the ponds. But we'll see what I decide to do as we tweak it. I'll get some feedback from the players. And it's been interesting nevertheless so far. So look at some stats there. I'll have 81 to 69. Nice KD for Vinch. And you can see the water eco pulling him ahead, even though KingstoNe went imp. If those mangonels had survived and he killed the elephants, I think he probably is in a winning position, actually. That was a close fight. So GG, fun game. And let me just get some ads and we'll get to game number 4. So what am I being pinged about? Our base. Yeah, our base doesn't like this map. I've really liked the map so far though, but everyone has different opinions on maps. So let's see what we get now for game 4. Open up Capture Age. Oh, I am in Capture Age. Didn't even realize I had Capture Age open and I'm staring at it right in front of me. Let me make sure this is the right game. Number 4, yep. This will again be Sertão. See, so many things I need to update. So that's win for Vinch on his home map. For the civs, that was Dravidians over Armenians. Oh, and someone's mowing the grass outside my window, so sorry if you hear that. The next map will be Wei versus Romans. How long until we can get wood and stone from ships too? You can get wood by trading from ships now. That was a thing they added. Wood trade from ships. I don't think I like that, but you can do it. Yeah, res collected difference was huge. Alright, and here we go. Game number 4. Back on the map this one I really struggled to pronounce. Sertão. And I'm not, that is definitely not right, but I'm still practicing that. So this is a very open, arid map. We had someone from the chat saying they lived in the area earlier. You have these pineapple bushes. They are your reskins of berries. Someone was asking for the different berries earlier. This is one of the new options you have. They're really not berries, but they serve the forage bush role. We have this mixture of acacia trees and the dead trees plus dried bushes. And you can get some very nice lumber camp spots among the acacia trees. Look at that from KingstoNe. So it'll be Romans versus Wei, and all of your golds and stones. Each player has a couple of golds and stones, 3 tiles in a few places for themselves. They have 3 javelinas on the map. And then down here, cracked terrain. There's always going to be a TC spot in these little pits, but that's where all the gold and stone is stored on the map, in the pits. Maybe to Waterworld would absolutely rip. Still have the Rhea pushed in from Vinch. And we'll see if that makes it over to the TC. He fell in the pit. And okay, Javelina hit by the TC. Taken down. So yeah, the javelinas have only 300 food on them compared to the 340 of the boars, so I put 3 of them on the map. So Arabia with 2 elephants has 800 food on them. This has a total of 900, but then there's a bit more walking time. So it should be a fairly aggressive map, lots of food for you to take early on. You can push in your hunt animals here, the Reyes. Do loom, and we'll have 19 pop plus loom per Vinch. Between DauT and JorDan, we saw Byzantines and Dravidians, both players going skirms. Here with a stable for KingstoNe, maybe we'll see some men-at-arms. Can you build on the cracked terrain? Yep, it's normal cracked terrain. What it does is you get a 20% multiplier to all bonus that is dealt to your buildings. So just like the hill bonus, you get plus 25 if you're uphill. You, by virtue of having a building on cracked terrain, the building takes 20% more damage, and it multiplies with the hill bonus. So down here, cracked terrain in the pit, that's 25% from the hill, another 20% there. It's multiplicative from having the TC in the pit. Your TCs go down really quickly. So if you want to move out and TC there, it'll be dangerous. If you want to take the wood lines, they'll be far from your TC. Thin and far away. Now, it's all damage, not just for bonus damage. All damage. It's same as the hill. So similar uptimes for both. Tiny bit of idle time for KingstoNe on the TC. But all in all, no big deal. As the Romans, he will want to open men-at-arms. And he is on gold. His gold did spawn to the back. Berries at the front. He's not even bothering with them. I wonder if the players even know that pineapple bushes are berries. This is probably the first set of maps where they'll see them. Also, there's a bit of a plant there next to the berries. That's a note for myself. Plants need to avoid the berries. As the scout from Vinch will find the militia. And there are both players up to feudal. Archery range for KingstoNe. He does know their berries. He goes out to them. Vinch is aware of that too. And we'll see if KingstoNe decides to upgrade to men-at-arms or just go straight for the range if he thinks, yep, he is going for men-at-arms. I was going to say, if Vinch defends well and KingstoNe can't do damage, it might be worth it to skip the upgrade. You'll find a Vil by the mill, maybe. Vinch will wall up and do a tower in his wood line, not risking any holes in the walls, just going for the tower. Or wait, those are pineapple bushes. Oh, what? Oh, they're just taken, maybe? Oh, okay. I thought that was... Wait. Oh, that's probably just the graphics overflowing. Okay, never mind. The note I just made for myself was wrong. I don't put excess plants there. They just spawn there. They occasionally spawn in Arabia or other ranked maps. Okay, yeah. I was thinking players probably played a lot of TTL, which I had made before the patch, and didn't have the new assets, but yeah, if they're playing Arabia. So Leary won't know what they are. Vinch and KingstoNe probably do. Maybe brightening them would help? Maybe. This is just the DE standard art assets. I'm sure people are free to make mods. There'll probably be some replacement pineapples look like berries mods out there. Or some cube mods. Equals Nevada. Has a lot of cacti in it. So I threw some cacti around. Those little plants here and there. There is a blacksmith. And okay, Vinch can't wall the men-at-arms out. That blacksmith will be deleted. He really wants to get that, but now we'll have to fight skirms against the men-at-arms. Barry should be pretty far from the TC. That is a weak Vil. KingstoNe's thinking of diving and attacking with the men-at-arms, but can't attack it and just loops around. Doesn't want to take a volley of TC arrows on the scout. How long do you gather cacti? Well, cacti have been there since the Age of Kings, and you could never gather from them. I don't know why. I think cacti are more American than anything else. And kind of didn't belong in the deserts in the Age of Kings, but they've been there. They chopped it down, really, did they? I know if you build over them, it disappears. Fix arena? I will have a fixed arena for another event soon. So I'll see how that goes. I am aware that the ranked one is kind of broken. Been a while since I've made a 1v1 arena. And I would like a 4v4 version for community games, if we ever get back to playing those, but... Yeah, that is a good point. It's the big desert near Vegas. Well, thematically, kind of... I think their trees probably aren't as sparse as they are in the Mojave. But, yeah, it is very dry, very deserty. Lots of cacti. And, well, we saw skirms last time. We're seeing skirms again. I was hoping we'd see some scouts, but it seems to be just skirms. Players here thinking men-at-arms skirms are the way. Well, at least Vinchester really thinks that's the way. And being able to take the berries freely on this map where food is hard to come by, well, once you get past the Dark Age, means you don't need to worry about the farms quite as much. And we do have a slight res collected lead for KingstoNe. Vinch with the Vill lead, of course, with the Way having free Vills. So just a skirmisher battle now. I love the way that Vinch defended with that tower, but made it hard for him also to control the berries. Lots of different spots he had to control. The gold, the stone, the tower, the wood, the berries, the farms. You're very open, not able to full wall on the map. But who will show you the way? But who will show you the way? Oh, so that's a good pun there. That's a good pun, Evolution. Cactus as berries where Vills lose HP. Better than hero units, at least. Pineapples are pretty prickly too, from what I know. You gotta be careful picking them. It's in the name. And there we go, Castle Age for KingstoNe. He clicks up first. Res collected has been evened up a bit from the extra Vills now, but Vinch doing a stable. He's going to click up. He will be slower. And a few men-at-arms continuing to pour in, up to 4 men-at-arms now from KingstoNe. Wants to keep Vinch off of that gold. Men-at-arms there, getting in on the Vills. Vill's not really being skirmed down, and impressive from Vinch not to have lost a single Vill so far, and he's actually 12-9 on KD. So ahead in the KD, 45-second difference in uptiming here. And we'll have double stables from KingstoNe, double stables. Okay, the Roman player will be going heavily into Knights, double stable Knights. How will they fare against the Huiguang Cav? I'm not sure, but he's hoping that it'll be heavy skirms in early castle regardless. No armor, no upgrades at all for the Knights. And I feel that you do at least want 1 armor if the skirms become elite and get botkin. You really do need at least 1 armor in that situation. There's Bloodlines, there's armor. Alright, so KingstoNe doing the upgrades, and it'll be double stable Knights for him. Right from the get-go at the start of Castle Age. And skirms, I think he's winning the skirm fight here too. Those men-at-arms make it rather awkward for Vinch to micro. And Vinch losing everything there. KingstoNe looking pretty good for his Castle Age opening, I think. And there are the Knights as Bloodlines finishes. Sold the stone earlier, but he will do a monastery and try to collect the relics. And the relics here are hopefully fairly well balanced. We'll have 3 around the right, 2 around the left. And there's Castle Age for Vinch. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 2 little food for double stables, even though he has all the farms with the Roman Vills. And how many Knights will he be able to pump out? Will he have the food for it? That's the question. Oh, and a castle immediately. Castle from Vinch. Yeah, that castle's not going to protect much wood. Now, the men-at-arms not walled out in time. Where is Vinch going to take gold now? I guess it has to be this gold mine. But okay, double stable Knights, they'll run into the castle. And what does KingstoNe do upon seeing the castle? The TC is not protected by it at all. He could keep spamming Knights and stop the farms. This is Vinch. He'll need to do Tiger Cav now, head out to the gold. Tiger Cav, more of an anti-archer unit than an anti-knight unit. I think the Huiguang Cav would be more effective against the Knights, but Tiger Cav should still win. If not having a huge advantage, though. The Tiger Cav have 4 Pierce armor, so they absolutely massacre Castle Age archer units. Knights, though, might be able to deal with them. Maybe Knights can deal with them. Monk goes to convert the knight. And TC, okay, there we go. TC in the gold pit from KingstoNe. That's what I want to see. Players using the map. Using the map features here. As that Jaguar will be killed by the Tiger Cav. There are also some Jaguars around the map. Maybe one of them will be a Black Panther. You should be able to see both. I forget which maps I used which on. Now it will be Jaguars for Brazil. It will indeed be Jaguars. That wood line is vulnerable to some raids as the Tiger Cav comes forward, but there are monks around. Tiger Cav and Huiguan Cav, both types of Cav, used for KingstoNe. Did it get a bonus from killing the wolf? I did not see that. I don't think it should. It would be crazy if it did. Remember, it has +1 already from forging. So if it has a +1, that is initially from forging, not from a wolf. So 1, 2, 3 TCs for Vinch, who somehow feels safe enough to boom on 3 TCs against an opponent who opened double stable knights, but 3 TCs also from KingstoNe, going for a far wood line. And ooh, picks off a monk, going for a relic. Nice job with the light cav. Will force a Vinch to wall in his vills. Tiger Cav fighting on the side. And so far, the Knight's not able to raid. Too much heavy cav from the way.
Salve.
And Roman Eco, so far holding steady. And the longer the game goes, the better the Roman Eco should be in comparison with the way.
Tibi Servio.
And oh, Monk picked off there from KingstoNe. Both players losing monks. KingstoNe managed to snag 1 relic. Oh, that poor animal. Those poor Jaguars. And TC up in the other pit. Okay, 4th TC from KingstoNe. Large boom from him. Oh, he's trying to trap it with a wall. Doesn't get it. Oh, he does. He does. He does get the trap and kills it with the TC. Nice quick wall from KingstoNe among the acacia trees. But he'll lose a few vills on the other side to the Tiger Cav. Oh, that's a nice raid from Vinch. And this map is so open. Once the raids start, it is incredibly hard to stop them. And that's why I was so worried about the booming. You have 3 TC booms. Once Cav get in, you can't stop the Cav. I was thinking KingstoNe plays full knights, goes second armor, stays under this TC, camps the vills, cripples Vinch's eco. The castle doesn't really protect any farming eco. And maybe that's what he'll do anyway. But now it's a 5-3 KD. Vinch still forward, getting some kills the Tiger Cav. Away. Oh, still being. I think Vinch has found every Jaguar on the map. Skirms and Men-at-Arms still at home. And KingstoNe trying to get some counter damage in. He's doing pikemen. That could invite Shinbei raiders. Tiger Cav still fighting the knights. Yeah, in TTL, Leary and Viper were under pressure for 15 minutes but didn't lose 1 vill. Hera too, right? That was crazy in that final Monocle game. It felt like Hera was under pressure the entire game but still kept his eco working. A Brazilian AoE 2 player, you've been checking out the maps. They actually matched the regions very well. That was the intention. That was the intention. I did a lot of searching for images of regions of Brazil when putting them together. So I hope that people will appreciate them. I know it definitely is nice to have maps of your own region if you live there. So wheelbarrow for KingstoNe there at that TC. 82 to 90 Vils, and he's starting to fall behind in eco. He's taking the brunt of the raids. I don't know how much more open of a map we can get. Players are just booming. They're not even that far apart, I don't think. They're pretty close together. I'll need to see why my YouTube chat sometimes doesn't update in OBS. It's like I have to be tabbed into OBS to see it. But not all the time. I don't know what that bug is. I'll need to research. YouTube chat and OBS more. Oh, nice shot there from the Shinbei Raiders, but they used their charge attack on one Vil. Yeah, Scout goes down. And so 2 relics left for KingstoNe. How many maps are there? There are 11 right now. I created 9 new ones. We took 2 maps from the Mad Catter and restyled them a bit. Like Coast Arena we are reusing from PTL because it kind of fit the theme. And then for the main event for the LAN, I'll probably make a couple more maps. So, Vinch continuing the pressure, 30 to 30 military, but now he has all 3 Wei units. He has the Shinbei Raiders, the Huiguang Cav, the Tiger Cav. And that is a tough combination to deal with. We have Imp and Ballistics on the way for KingstoNe. He will be Imp first, but losing the markets, Vinch even stealing a relic. He said, I've had so many monks picked off trying to go for relics, I'll just take one of yours. But even that monk's... oh, will it get picked off? It'll be close, it'll be close. At the same time, this TC under attack, and you see it going down quickly on the cracked terrain, taking all that extra damage. Pikemen themselves can't deal with the Shinbei Raiders. The Monk does go down, but those Cav will lose the fight in the middle. And now it comes down to the Scorpions, as the Pikemen have all gone down. The Tiger Cav have the armor to rush the Scorpions. And the Monks will try to get some conversions on the Tiger Cav now, as the Tiger Cav charge the skirms. And Vils here picked off by the Shinbei Raiders. They will start going down. They'll garrison and hop out. That is a weak TC on the cracked terrain. KingstoNe going for another TC. We'll be right next to an attempted mining camp from Vinch. And he's trying to repair the TC as long as he can so the Scorpions can do damage, but that'll go down, and he will call the GG. So, aggressive map. Vinch with the castle early on secured it. I had a lot of fun playing this map when I played it, but it's very weird with how open you are, that you simply cannot get walls up. But the castle from Vinch finding a way to defend. I still don't know if the decision to boom with all the TCs was the right one from KingstoNe. I feel that once Vinch put the castle at the back of his base, he was in such a position where he was open under the TCs, but then again, it all comes down to Tiger Cav. If Tiger Cav are so strong that they beat Knights, then I guess there isn't really much you can do in that situation. Look at that Tiger Cav, 145 hit points. 11 plus 4 attack, a converted one. Well, KingstoNe picked the right one to convert, but not enough for him. GG, that will be another win for Vinchester there. And we'll check out the stats. Capturation's menu broke a bit in the update. So there we go, 79 to 33 KD. When KingstoNe had more military for most of the game. That Wei military is very, very strong and very scary. And yeah, faster castle, and did some damage with it, but not really enough with that castle going up. And that was a great play from Vinch with the castle. Picked the right location for it too. So that'll mean we have one more game left. Let me restart Capturage one more time and update our overlays. GG. And for maps, that was a loss on Sertão, and I do need to practice saying that more, so that is a win for the Wei and loss for the Romans. And that brings us to our final map then, one that we haven't seen yet today. That'll be our Amazon map. I'll pronounce it as Amazonia. If that's wrong, let me know. And thank you for the follow. Let me get the player name set, then I'll check that. So Vikings against Italians for the final map. Thank you very much, Babsalon, for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the maps. And here we go. Oh, more capybaras. So welcome in game number 5. This is a play all 5. We have Vinch up 3-1. This is a map we didn't see in the first set between DauT and JorDan. We now have Amazonia. So this was, originally we had an idea to have like a river map, and then someone, I think JBR, suggested putting islands in the middle, and I was like, okay, let's do it. We can use bridges. So the point of the bridges here is you can't sail past the bridges. So there's room to fish boom in the back, but there's only shore fish, no deep fish. There are a couple of deep fish in the front and some oysters on the front. What part of the Amazon is this? Along the Amazon River running through northern Brazil. You can take your pick of location there. We'll have in the middle lots of these caiman. An alligator crocodile-like creature, I guess, that will attack you like a predator if you try to run through the middle early on. Originally, I used snakes. I was thinking the snakes would blend in with the mangrove shallows, but there was a bug with the snakes that they all moved in the same direction. So one player was in the south of the map, and all of the snakes went to them and had 10 snakes attacking them. So bridges, I always like using bridges. I still need to see if there's a way I can fix the water texture by the bridge to not be that light blue. But yeah, I had to replace the snakes. I wanted to use the snakes, but they wander around the map freely, and they was a bit unfair with how they were bugged. You vote keep the snakes. Well, it was actually kind of helpful for someone because it stopped a forward too. Where he's like, more snakes, snakes under the TC. Snakes on the TC. Snakes on the transport. So forward dock from both players. So I've seen some players say it's not worth it forward docking, just back dock and get the free fish boom. But there's no gold on your starting island other than the oyster, so I think the forward dock to take the oyster matters. What will matter though is how much you invest into water versus transitioning to land. You do have to run across the bridges and get to the land where there's a ton of food. Also, you start with a javelina on the opposite side of the bridge. But you have to be careful luring it over the bridge, because you can't do palisade walls atop the bridge. You can't construct on the bridge. But should be close enough, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like those old Voobly Boars that were atop hills behind wood lines. These ones are fairly straight. Or it's a fairly straight line for luring them in. We need a beastie with snakes. Yeah, our base knows about the snakes. It was like turning on auto scout with a bunch of scouts and seeing them all go on the same path. So I don't know which docking side is better, but Vikings Italians looks like the players think this is going to be a pure water map, and they'll be going hulks, I guess? I don't know what the combination is, if it's hulk or galley. You're kind of far apart, but it also is very enclosed. Kind of Baltic-like in some ways. I can do that, but I want to be in the north. Maybe we could take advantage of that somehow, like have a map where both players are in the corners and all the snakes start in the north, and they slowly slither their way down to the south, and like go in between the players. As long as we keep it fair. Also, this map has a lot of neutral capybaras. You can find the capybaras on the sides. And grab them. Also, some more papaya trees out here. Maybe I could mix the papayas in with forage bushes. Vary them a bit. Now that we have all of these different bush options.
Yeah.
So, feudal age for both Vikings, Italians. Which save do we like more on the water? Could go either way. Oh, and Danny, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you've enjoyed the game so far. Hope you've enjoyed the maps. Well, welcome in, everyone. And we're here. Game number 5, Vinchester, KingstoNe, both up to feudal at the same time. And looks like we're probably going to see... Well, they only have one dock so far. I don't see them going for a second dock. Is this just dock, take the deep fish, and then ignore the water and go land? Well, Vinch is scouting both sides. Both players have sent vills to the same sides, both to the northwest. And we will have KingstoNe going for a mining camp. Let me check my Discord pings. Our base handled the ping in the TTL community Discord. There's a market there for KingstoNe. Didn't stream this one because Rex. Ah, okay. And a blacksmith for Vinch. And oh, some capybaras being stolen by Vinch. There are a lot of capybaras here. Yay, new maps. Yes, Danny Winks, new maps. Sorry for caps. Maps are great. Oh, that's something you can say in caps. That's Danny didn't just come in and say that the maps are great. Danny came in and declared that they're great, proclaimed that they're great. Are you paying attention? Yep, I'm paying attention. I got tagged and I was like, this should be an R-base tag. I don't know if I have mod powers in that Discord. That's why I tagged you. Maybe I do. I might have been able to just give him a roll myself. So it seems like it's a fast castle without much emphasis on water. Okay, that's not how I've seen it played so far. I saw some aggressive feudal water warfare early on. I do? Alright, I do. So, 30 seconds faster up will be Vinch. Although longboats could be interesting for KingstoNe. Do longboats beat all 3 types of ships now? I think at least they used to. They were okay against, or kind of evenly matched against galleys, and really good against fires. They would destroy demos really quickly, but with how clumped they were extra vulnerable to demos. But so far, it looks like some walling here from KingstoNe. We'll wall out Vinch, but maybe the scout from Vinch finds the walling Vill. Will the scout want to engage? Yes, it will. The Vill gets the wall up, at least partially. He's trying to Alcatraz the Vill. Deleted the wall for some reason. Runs around, goes to the papaya trees, and oh, gets the wall up, but diagonal hit over the wall. KingstoNe almost saved the Vill. But now we'll be opening hulks with some fishing ships still on the oysters for Vinch. Vinch immediately doing 1 TC on both sides. Okay, taking both sides with the TCs. A bit easier to wall yourself in if you only go to one side like KingstoNe's doing. And fish booming. Yeah, you can fish boom behind the bridges if you want, but again, no deep fish there. And here all the fishing ships will be destroyed by the hulks. 1 fishing ship left to garrison the dock for Vinch. And your fish can still take shorefish or the oysters if you're in the middle, so middle control still is nice. But you don't want to over-invest into water. That was if you saw my games against Ornlu, I won the water in the middle, but invested so much into it that I didn't really get much benefit. And kind of got outboomed and pushed on land.
Win.
So there's a TC for KingstoNe as the monastery goes up at the front for him.
Salve.
And a siege workshop for Vinch. So Vinch is going to pressure here. Okay, so KingstoNe, both sides for the TCs too. Vinch will lose the water. KingstoNe will take the score lead from having won the water, but will start to fall behind a bit on land in Vil count. Now 32 to 37 since Vinch had the TCs earlier. And relics coming back for Vinch. He's being aggressive with the monks, picking up the relics. 2 on each side and 1 in the middle. And there is heavy plow for KingstoNe. As he does finish these walls, and he's trying to do his own monks, but Vinch will grab the relics up faster. Could grab the relic from the middle. The Caimans will not attack the monks. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly, too. Hello, Alan Citas and Henry on YouTube. Monk healing up the scout as the Vil comes forward for an outpost from Vinch. There is the Palisade Gate from KingstoNe. Ram from the workshop forward, attacking the market. And we'll see how quickly the market goes down as we have another workshop for KingstoNe. Vil attacks the scout, forces it back. And what will these monks do? Will they get a conversion? Another monk for Vinch coming forward. The monks want to convert or heal the scout. And he'll have Sanctity for Vinch. As this market will go down to the ram. And Monk Rush. Okay, Italians, great monks. Vikings, horrible monks. They often struggle against the Monk Rush. And what will they do against the Mangonels? Viking monks, no sanctity. Or no sanctity, no redemption. So useless against the Mangonels, but they could do atonement to convert the monks. Redemption also could be an option for Vinch if he wants to convert Mangonels. So these walls will not hold for long for KingstoNe. And he's already invested quite a bit up here, but no farms in the north. He'll be farming in the south since that's where it's safe. There's no push there. Vinch going for farms too. And you have to be careful of your center TC, that there are no resources by it. So it could become a farming island, but vulnerable to raiding if you don't have the water, like Vinch doesn't have. Don't know if KingstoNe would have the ability to raid there, though. Quite yet. So Monk's going for the Mangonel. The Mangonel has to run away. And Light Cav up for KingstoNe. And oh, he's trying to block the Mangonel so the monk can convert it. Then Vinch has to run away with his scout. And that monk still has the conversion focused on the Mangonel, still in its line of sight, so the monk will keep chasing. And if he runs forward with the scout, KingstoNe has to delete the Mangonel. The monk never stopped. He's got to delete that. Or no, he swaps to the scout, and he gets the insta on the scout. Nice job from Vinch, maintaining the charge on the monk. Chasing the slow Mangonel when you have fervor, or actually the monk is just faster. Does he have fervor? Yeah, he doesn't have fervor, you're just faster than the Mangonel. And then swapped to the scout with the charge. Oh, that was very, very well done. I love seeing good monk micro. So the workshop deleted from KingstoNe. I feel have to fight the scouts. Monk wants to heal the Light Cav. Putting all TCs in the cracked terrain seems sus on the previous map. Definitely does. But it's also sometimes the best spot. So nice Light Cav from KingstoNe though. Cleans the monks. Cleans the monks. Attacks the Mangonel. Another monk in the back. Will the Mangonel get an attack ground? Don't think it will. Oh, kills his own monk, Vinchester. KingstoNe got him. Vinch was like, oh, I'll be sneaky and hit the Light Cav. But KingstoNe was like, no, I'm prepared. Forward Vil killed by KingstoNe, who is still holding 76 to 86 Vils. 4 fishing ships still for KingstoNe. Taking some oysters, so at least still being used. And KingstoNe going for a 4th TC, but Vinchester will do an outpost and spot that. So Vinch will see the TC, KingstoNe's TC will spot the outpost. And I'm sure KingstoNe will want some outposts himself. This is where you could suddenly do a raid on your opponent's eco on the other side, and if knights run in, they'd be dead. Not walled at all. But then do you have the eco to do that? Can you make that transition? You don't really have the best fishing eco. No one doing a bunch of fish traps in the back. Couple of houses up for KingstoNe. There are houses and a mill as he's going for the hunt. There's a lot of hunt, and with all the papaya trees out here, you can try to delay your farms for a while. I think it's important that you still add in a few farms and progressively add them throughout the game, but you don't need to go immediately for them. So papaya tree is still there. Mangonella hitting the outpost. As scouts do some raiding still. And there's Imp. Imp for Vinch. The Vinch Imp, along with Handcart. And he's docking, he's redocking, thinking of taking the water. Okay, but Imp also for KingstoNe, not too far behind. And he's starting to amass some longboats. He's realizing, I don't want to lose the water. There's a lot of gold there, a lot of gold for the late game. This map does become kind of like Gold Rush. There is some gold in the middle on the sides, and then in the very middle.
Salve, I'm...
Presto. Salve.
And medium warships for Vinch upgrades everything. Well, everything except demos. And he'll be adding in more docks. And oh, that Vil Alcatrazed himself near the outpost to finish it with stone walls. And Vil's killed by the light cav. Imp on the way for KingstoNe. Ram attacking the workshop. We'll have clinker construction, upgrades, ballistics, pikemen, treadmill crane, bodkin arrow. Vinch clicking all the techs, 5 docks. Yeah, the other thing the bridges do, in case someone wins the middle, we didn't want to make it so that you couldn't walk across the bridges anymore. So we leave open the option of if you dock in the back, you can still transport ship to go from one side to the other. So you're not completely trapped even if you do lose the middle. But Vinch will be making a play for the middle, and it'll be a question of can he fight the Vikings in the late game? And oh, there we go. The Kaiman going for a fight against the pikemen. Who will win? Who will win? I think the pikeman wins. Pikeman definitely wins this. Okay, yeah, he's being healed by the monks. He'll win that. Over here, we now have a bit of a push. What did I say? Cav run in and kill all your Vils? Well, maybe not against the pikemen, but some berserks are here. And berserks can make a huge difference against the pikemen. Makes it much harder to defend. And there are so many Vils here that KingstoNe could raid. There's a ram for Vinch just sitting in the middle of nowhere. This map also gets pretty crazy when you can't wall. And Vinch now taking the middle, fletching. Oh, fletching. KingstoNe needs upgrades for his longboats. I think he just has to go longboat at this point. But forward towers from Vinch. Okay, he could go for heated shot. He does have heated shot to pressure the docks using the mangrove shallows. Why don't they fish boom behind the bridge? They could. They very well could. This is the first time I'm really seeing the map, so anything goes as far as strategy. There we have chemistry, heavy warships, and Carvel Hull now. Vinch making sure his ships move quickly, but still vulnerable on the side. The Treb attacking the TC. That TC goes down. There's only 1 barracks for pikemen. 30 Vils on food for KingstoNe. If he can raid and kill Vils, he could be okay here, but he needs to take the TC, and Vinch is trying to throw up a defensive castle. Ballistics on the way for KingstoNe, as in the middle, he's ungarrisoning the docks. The Vils were not in the towers, so when the Vils garrison the towers, then they're more threatening. Vikings, they still do have cannon galleons, so they would need chemistry to be able to produce any if they want to rush the towers with them. But guard tower now on the way for Vinch, and Vinch with the towers will look to secure the middle. Some longboats sailing over to the side for KingstoNe. The TC is down, the Treb is forward. Genoese crossbowmen don't really stop Trebs. So it feels like Vinch is retaking the water, but how long will that last against the longboats? We'll have another castle from KingstoNe as he keeps trebbing. You take out the barracks, actually, before going for the castle. It could be interesting. Bombard cannon, the cheap cannon for the Italians, queued for Vinch, but still has to be careful of the light cav. And I think this here is KingstoNe's key. If you can disrupt Vinch's eco, he'd even run and raid on the main island. Is that bridges? It is bridges. Yes. Yeah, Viper would have 200 population fish traps behind the bridges. And now more Trebs. Trebs can hit the towers too. That's what KingstoNe's going for. On a tournament map? Yes, Baron, yes. Bridges that hopefully are well thought out and work well. This is one of the first maps I designed for the tournament. So I probably would, in the long run, maybe like a tiny bit more randomness for the bridges. Gotta move them, let them go a few tiles to the sides, move the islands maybe slightly, but it works now. Maybe for the land finals I'll have time to redo it. At this stage we're just trying to perfect the balance. And Bogsvigar on the way for KingstoNe. That'll be extra attack for the longbows and for his archers. One cannon attacking the Treb. Keeps are in. Vinch trying to hold the middle for gold with the keeps. Is this the right decision to go and attack the middle if you're KingstoNe? Well, he'll destroy the Trebs with the longboats. But to attack the middle instead of continuing the pressure on the side, that is a great defensive castle from Vinchester. Careening on the way for KingstoNe. What does that even do now? That's armor, right? Yeah, dry dock careening, pierce armor. The movement speed from dry dock was moved to clinker construction and carvel hull. And Berserk attacking the bombard cannon. Trebs taking out the keeps. Vinch gonna want to do more keeps behind this. Slowly but surely, can the longboats make their way back onto the water? There is enough gold on the sides that you're not pressured immediately to take the gold in the middle. More docks for KingstoNe as he slowly moves forward with the Trebs to try to take out the extra towers. Imagine a Treb over on the home island trebbing that keep. Over here, the vills from KingstoNe are done. They've no more stuff to mine. One battering ram randomly there in the middle. They'll try to take that gold. And guard tower also from KingstoNe, trying to take a page out of Vinch's book. This is, I think, the prettiest building in the game. That Central European watchtower. I love it. Not sure he'll be able to keep the middle that way. Can we get saboteurs who can destroy bridges? Demo ships that can destroy them? I think it's possible, but it would take some creative hacking with unit data to make it work. And dead objects. I think it's possible though. So elite cannon galleons destroyed. Elite cannon galleons for Vinch. And he's slowly but surely pushing. The longboats are dying. The keeps were such a nice addition on those shallows. I've never really seen keeps on mangrove maps before, but it's working out very well. And there's a GG from KingstoNe as he feels he can't get back on the water, and at the same time, Tower Rush Vinch adding more keeps on the side. That was interesting. I felt like Vinch was wide open to raiding, but there was never really enough eco for KingstoNe to raid. It's this, from my feelings on this map, despite all the hunt, is you end up in a very low eco situation fairly often, and it's very tempting to go for that multi-TC boom. But maybe that's not the play. And thank you for the sub.
Venison.
Still not finished scripting a single map yourself. Thank you, Hagbredar, for the sub. And that's what you say. You say, venison when you're out on the sides. And then all of a sudden, you still don't have food. Okay, Capture Age broke and I can't see the stats. I don't have a button. There's no view stats button. We can look at the stats. Oh, wait. I clicked away and did you see that? It came back. Okay, this menu is now Capture Age updated today and their menu's broken. So we'll have to work around that. Anyway, military, what do we have there? 87 to 129 KD for KingstoNe, 129 to 87 for Vinch. Congrats to Vinch and to JorDan for winning the show matches today. Tomorrow at 14 GMT, we will have more. We'll have more show matches. It'll be what was it? It was DauT against... Second one was Goku Miguel. The first one... Oh, DauT freaking Andy, and then Goku Miguel. So we'll have the Brazilian players playing tomorrow. DauT, Miguel, and Goku. And then finally on Friday, 14 GMT, Viper versus Lewis. So let me know what you think about the maps. Still, I think a lot of room for tweaks and adjustments and improvements to them, but I've liked them for the most part so far. And Fletch UK, hello. Got Capture just going crazy with that menu. I need to make a command for it. I'll make a command for it in the future. But thank you all for watching, and thanks again, Onamaru, for sponsoring this. This is a great map, so many options. I'm glad you liked it, and nice to have. What, we got 77 people on YouTube. We still have 250 people watching on Twitch after the raids earlier. So we're going to cast a lot of this again. Show matches over the next few days before Red Bull, and then right after Red Bull, in April, the qualifiers start. LAN itself is in early July. It's kind of steamrolly? Maybe, but we'll see. I mean, the option is we need new maps tomorrow. Yeah, R-Base, you got to force the players not to pick these maps. We got to go force them and say, don't pick the same maps when they draft. Pick the barrels map. But anyway, I've enjoyed it. Thank you all very much for watching. And I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, they did. I'm not doing that. Anyway, hit like before you leave for the algorithm on YouTube. So thank you all for watching. Hola, hello, Henry. I don't know if you were behind. You were talking about Game 4 when we were in Game 5, but by the time you get here, thank you. Hola, hello. And so we'll end on YouTube. Thank you all for being so lovely on YouTube. And then we'll raid someone on Twitch. So I'll see you all